Wow! Hello. Let's get out Alfie because he is smart. Okay. So, last time on the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, we got a man not guilty when he probably was actually guilty, and then he set fire to a piece of evidence in the court. And there's probably someone inside, so that's danger. So now we are at the adventure of the Clouded Kokoro. He hired a cute girl to true. Yeah, but can you blame Gina? She's a poor child. And like... I can't blame Gina.
I begin to think, Wilson, said Sholmes, turning his head languidly in my direction, that there is more to this case than that which we have observed. Indeed, that there may be another part to this story that we are yet to discover. His eyes wandered, following the steam rising from his cup of herbal tea, leading him to the distant memory of that snowy evening.
Oh.
To the young lady collapsed on the pavement along Briar Road, and to the knife in her back.
Another knife!
Lit in the soft glow of gas lamps, a most extraordinary scene had been set. And under the cover of a light fog, the curtain had risen silently on the insoluble mystery of our invisible killer.
I mean, I guess they didn't have fingerprinting in this day and age, so... that also makes this a lot harder of a case. in this era. Did you sleep last night, Mr. Naruhodo? No, not at all. It was an enormous hotel, wasn't it? The rooms were so luxurious, I felt like we were staying in a palace. And with all the gaslights twinkling, it was brighter than day, even in the middle of the night. What about the enormous beds? After my time on the SS Budya, I wasn't gonna waste a single inch of that space. I spent the entire night rolling from one side of the mattress to the other. Oh yes, it really was the sort of night you can only dream of normally. Except... when I learned that we owed £3 for the rooms, the dream quickly turned into a nightmare. Oops. Sorry about that. The building was so impressive and the entrance so inviting, I just wandered in without thinking. In a lodging house in Japan, that sum of money would put a roof over your head for a whole year. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't help my tears when we were presented with the bill. I really am sorry. Well, never mind. We must find some more affordable lodging straight away, though. If we're not careful, our entire stipend will be used up in 10 days or less. London is a scary place.
Good morning to you at this early hour.
Shouldn't they, like, give them a place to stay? Oh, yes, we are, well... Good morning to you, Lord Chief Justice. We have come to report on the outcome of the trial at the Old Bailey yesterday. I mean, I guess at this point they probably didn't have... Well, like, if they're a student, if they're here as a special... I mean, they're essentially here as, like, a government agreement. Right? The real issue is that they were last minute and they were thrown into the case and they didn't really have any time to get any other information. So they wouldn't have had time to be told that they had lodgings.
Susato-san is amazing. She doesn't bat an eyelid, even in the presence of the imposing Lord Strongheart.
Yes, I believe you had a very comprehensive initiation into British courtroom practices.
Oh, yes, it was very, eye-opening, thank you. I couldn't keep my eyes from popping out of my head. Constantly, because that's what my eyes do. Yep, totally normal. Yep,
And in accordance with your instructions, Lord Strongheart, Mr. Naruhodo performed his duty to the end.
Yes, I've already been apprised of events. You conducted a remarkable defense. You may consider the test passed.
oh!
No longer are you a student from the Empire of Japan. You may henceforth claim to be a fully fledged lawyer. See the birds also. My country is delighted to welcome young talent from such a remote eastern land.
Thank you very much. So, I'm a lawyer now.
Now, in view of your new appointment, I have a fresh case in mind for you. I'd like you to take it on at once. I trust that won't be a problem.
Another case? Already?
Nothing trains a lawyer better than practical experience. Plus, this is a video game, and you really don't want to get bored, do you? I'm sure. I don't sense dissatisfaction, do I?
It's just that yesterday's trial ended unusually. I haven't quite come to terms with it.
What's to come to terms with? The man was cleared. What more were you hoping for?
Dude, the man set a fucking thingy on fire! I'm not reading this because you read it last time. Are we gonna get him later?
I just can't help wondering. if Mr. McGilded really was innocent. Mr. Naruhodo, it's just that I never managed to ascertain the truth. And then the trial ended.
Well, you needn't let it trouble you for a second longer.
Sorry? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart?
Magnus Mc... What?!
Wait. Wait. Was he the one in the thing? What?
Magnus McGill had passed away, immediately following the trial.
No. What? Mr. McGilded is dead? Birds also answer my command, it seems.
I see. I have 19 minutes and 41 seconds until my next engagement. Time enough to talk.
I don't understand. What happened? How can he be dead?
After the trial concluded yesterday, there was a great commotion in the Old Bailey. As you'll presumably recall, an omnibus had been wheeled into the courtroom.
Yes, of course. That was the scene of the crime which Mr. McGilded had been accused of.
Precisely. Well, while the bailiff's attention was diverted by some other matter, the omnibus went up in flames.
No. How could such a thing have happened?
That is being investigated as we speak, but already. The police have identified a corpse found inside the charged shell of the carriage as that of Mr. McGilded.
That's awful.
The man must have slipped inside whilst the bailiff's attention was elsewhere.
That bailiff really needs to pay more attention. And how could that have happened?
That is also being investigated as we speak.
Thinking back now. Immediately after the trial, Mr. McGilded did mention going back into the courtroom to look at the omnibus.
Yes, the baby. The baby's gonna be with us this entire series, Faye. Even when we get to the next game, probably.
An inspection of the omnibus? Not to my knowledge. I don't believe Scotland Yard had any intention of re-examining the carriage.
But then who is Mr. McGilded talking about?
Wait, what?
Never mind that now. The Yard is making a thorough investigation. This matter is no longer any concern of yours. Leave it to the police.
What? Poor Mr. McGilded.
This is like highly sus.
So, how did you find your first taste of our country's Supreme Court?
Oh, well, I don't know. I mean, it was... wow. The fire, the weird bullshit, the jury, the vampire man. What the hell?
Mr. Naruhodo means that the whole experience was steeped in solemn... oh, shit. I know how to say solemn. How do you add itty to it without it sounding weird? Of Great Britain's long history. It really is a world apart from our own judicial system in Japan, which is only a few short decades old.
Wow, Susato-san has such a way with words.
And you seem to have a way of failing to find them, the right ones.
She can read my mind, apparently.
Birds!
The judicial system here is the most advanced in the world. Learn all you can.
The most advanced in the world, is it?
Why do I have this feeling he's gonna be a bad guy later? The birds come... I don't know. Do you think they, like, go this way and then, like, loop back around, like, off panel and then come back and then whoop, 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 like, loop? Maybe. Because where are they gonna go? Oh, wait, no. Well, you know what they probably do? They probably go, like, up, and then in the ceiling, they loop around and then hide back down like that.
It was fortunate that your very first trial was a simple affair.
Simple? That was simple?
As I believe I mentioned yesterday morning, it was a trial you couldn't lose.
I don't mean to be contrary, Lord Strongheart, but that case was anything but simple. The circumstances of the case were so incriminating. I was stunned when I first heard them. In fact, I'm still finding it hard to believe that we managed to get a favorable verdict. Is something funny, sir?
No, my apologies. However, the fact is that you did receive the not guilty verdict you set out to achieve. And that can only be attributed to exceptional talent. Wouldn't you agree?
Shush. Well, I don't know about that.
Well, never mind. You exceeded my expectations, I freely admit. That much, at least, is an undeniable truth. Which is precisely why I prepared the new case for you that I mentioned before.
What's going on? What's he going to say before? No, like, it's pretty sus. You know, that case feels like the reason we won it was because of, tampered evidence. And there's this underlying feeling about things with, like, oh, how great their judicial system is, and all that sort of stuff. That, and oh, leave it to the police. Like, there's enough of those little, like, crumbs that I'm like, we're gonna have to prove that the police are, like, corrupt or something. Or the judicial system is, like, corrupt or something, right? Don't answer me, by the way. Like, I'm just thinking out loud. Could you perhaps give us some more details about the new case you mentioned? Don't tell me. It's a murder, and the trial starts in 10 minutes.
Don't worry, it's nothing so alarming or quite so urgent as your last assignment.
Oh, phew. Thank goodness. We won't have to offer some beer. Or booze? Alcohol. I don't know what type of alcohol it is.
In fact, this case is completely different.
Oh, I see. Did he just read my mind? I swear, everyone in this game reads my mind. Am I that easy to... Does everybody else but me have mind-reading powers?
That is to say, no one has died. As yet.
Bro, what?
And the trial will not be today. There's plenty of time to research the case thoroughly. 23 hours, 43 minutes, and 19 seconds to be precise.
So the trial's tomorrow, then. Tomorrow. Not today. Tomorrow. Not today. Tomorrow. Like Mokoko voice. Is everything alright? Oh, yeah. I'm just a little confused, that's all. Yesterday's trial was... Well, it's left me wondering if I'm really cut out for being a lawyer. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. I don't know if I could face standing in that courtroom again after Mr. McGilded's trial. Himiko, please.
Ah yes, I nearly forgot. There's one similarity with yesterday's case. Once again, there is currently no one to advocate for the defense.
Oh,
If the situation remains unchanged, the trial will start tomorrow with the defendant unrepresented. And if that happens, I need not remind you of the inevitable outcome.
The most terrible end awaits the defendant.
Yes, that's right.
here we go again.
Your time is up. You will have to excuse me. I will advise you to begin making preparations for tomorrow's trial. After all, the clock is ever ticking. There is now but 23 hours, 26 minutes, and 39 seconds until the court sits.
Last time you mentioned 23 hours, he said there was plenty of time.
And one more thing, Mr. Naruhodo. There is something I should like to ask you.
Oh, what's that?
Yesterday, you remarked upon something. That you intend to see through the will of your late compatriot, Mr. Asogi.
Huh?
I would be interested to hear what exactly you mean by that. Inside 34 seconds.
Oh, well, Kazuma always used to say, you see, that he wanted to learn how the greatest justice system in the world works so he could change ours in Japan. Now that he's gone, I'd like to work towards that myself. And there's another thing. Oh.
Another thing? Continue.
On the way here, on the steamship, he said something to me. There's something very important that I have to do, he said.
Something very important. And what exactly would that be?
He never had a chance to tell me. I suppose he would have done if he'd ever made it to Great Britain.
You're out of time. Well, thank you for that enlightening discussion.
Mr. Naruhodo, what's all this about? Mr. Asogi never once mentioned anything of the sort to me.
I urge you both to focus your attentions on the matter at hand. I've taken the liberty of summoning the police inspector in charge of the case.
Oh, but where's Coughing Man? I miss him.
I'll be able to apprise you of the details.
How long has he been there? No, I want Coughing Man back. I want to know why he was coughing.
So I wish you the best of luck, and bid you farewell.
I want Hosonaga back. He was funny. I want to know why he was coughing. There's something very important that I have to do. Sama-sama, what did you mean? I wish I knew. Honestly, he never told me. Anyway, we'd better talk to the detective, don't you think? Yes, you're right. I'm probably just imagining it, but I wouldn't say he looks pleased to see us at all.
Sir, are you eating? Sir? Wait, how? What? How? How? You don't even finish it!
Could we trouble you?
What do you think?
Lovely weather, isn't it?
What's the weather got to do with anything? Listen to me, you young Japanese upstart. Some frippery about the weather doesn't get every Englishman eaten out of your hand, you know?
But Sasata-san told me it was foolproof.
I'm a bruiser man. I can't like fake eating. A very bruiser man. I can't like fake eating noises. Sorry. There's a crime scene to investigate, but I'm here having to give the lecture you were talking to.
Oh,
We're so sorry.
Can you imagine what the officers there will be saying? Haven't seen Gregson anywhere, have you? No, he's too busy with the bigwigs these days. And all because of Bumpkin, who's here on a jump from a country I've never even heard of. Sure, that ribbon's out. That's my reputation at the yard. Go at it, Tatus.
You're starting to rip us apart as well. You could at least finish your goddamn fucking chips. I don't believe we've been introduced. This is Mr. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, a defense lawyer. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant, It's lovely weather we're having today, isn't it?
This season will be fine, I'll grant you. London's winters don't see a lot of sunshine.
Unbelievable. How did she pull that off?
So, Lord Strongheart has asked me to fill you in on the case. The name's Tobias Gregson. Inspector Gregson to you, from Scotland Yard.
Gregson? Inspector Gregson? What's the matter with Susato-san? Does this detective's name mean something to her?
I'm sorry, I haven't settled on a voice for him. Should he sound? I guess he should sound like Engi.
Inspector, are you perhaps the Inspector Gregson?
You're acting like you know this man, Miss Susato, but he's a London detective.
Oh, I do know him. Very well, in fact.
Very well.
Yes, he features prominently in the adventures of Herlock Sholmes.
Oh, in that publication. What's it called again? Rantst Magazine?
That's right. Inspector Gregson and Mr. Sholmes enjoy wonderful, friendly rivalry.
Really? You rival the great Mr. Sholmes? That's incredible.
Well, I don't know about that. Mr. Sholmes isn't a professional like myself, of course. He does come up with the goods from time to time.
Mr. Sholmes is equally complimentary about you, Inspector, isn't he? You've earned his highest praise. Gregson is the pick of a bad lot of all the Scotland Yarders. Those were his own words.
That's his highest praise?
Well, Mr. Sholmes isn't particularly known for giving compliments, you see.
That he is not. Thanks to that magazine, my name's known all over London town now.
That's great, isn't it?
I have to admit that to start with, I was a little, well, flattered by all the attention. Everyone wanted to shake my hand, and my reputation at the yard went through the roof.
Well, that's wonderful.
No, it is not. There's nothing more sinister than the man on the street. People are always looking at me now. They're whispering rumors about me under their breath, I'm sure.
Rumors? Are you quite sure?
He's changed since he started appearing in those stories. The name's gone to his head. Stuff like that.
Gosh, do you really think people are saying such mean-spirited things about you?
Like I said, they whisper. So I can't catch exactly what they're saying. But I know what folk are like. I'm sure that's what they're saying. As sure as eggs is eggs.
Egg. I get the feeling this detective could be very hard work. This detective could be very hard work. Yeah, that's what I said.
Oh dear. Perhaps a sudden rise to fame does change people.
Gripping foods with force? Yes. There's some that are really funny. Wait, hold on. There's a Twitter for it too. Gripping foods with force. Some of them are kind of gross though. Like the ones with the drinks are probably the best.
So, about the case that the Lord Chief Justice mentioned before.
Nothing to tell, really. As far as we're concerned at the yard, it couldn't be simpler.
Oh dear. That probably means that as far as we're concerned as lawyers, it couldn't be more complicated.
Wait, Faye didn't know about gripping foods with Forrest? Gripping food with Forrest? Oh my gosh.
I wish you were wrong about that, but I have a nasty feeling you're right.
A young woman was walking along the pavement on Briar Road when she was stabbed from behind.
Look! It's on Twitter!
Fortunately, it wasn't fatal, but she's still laid up in the hospital unconscious.
That's despicable! What sort of coward would attack the poor woman from behind?
I suppose you would have finished whoever it was off with a Susato takedown, wouldn't you? That is neither here nor there, Mr. Naruhodo.
Brace yourself, Dunosuke, you've angered her now. Anyway, after something of a whirlwind of investigation, the criminal was arrested. He rarely had time for a cup of tea after the incident took place, to be honest.
So, there must have been something left at the scene that led you directly to the culprit? Or perhaps a reliable witness who recognized the person in question?
Let me stop you right there. You're wasting your time on this one.
Sorry?
There's nothing you can do. There's no way to help the bloke now.
Why ever not?
Simple. The prosecutor that's been assigned to the trial tomorrow is Lord... Him again? Is he the only one they have in this game?
No. Alright, so guys, should I commit to the vampire voice? Or, like, should I give him what he's supposed to sound like? What do you guys think? For Van Zykes. Should I commit to the vampire voice, or what?
Sounds like you heard of him, then.
Oh, yes. We are very familiar with Lord Van Zykes. Believed to be the harbinger of death itself. The Reaper of the Bailey. Lord Barok Van Zykes. We faced in court only yesterday. Mr. McGilded told us about him before the trial, didn't he?
Yeah, like, look, he looks like a fucking vampire here, okay? Can you blame me for giving him a vampire voice?
When Van Zykes stands for the prosecution, they call the accused his sacrificial lambs. And in every single trial in which he's been a prosecutor, the accused has been damned. Except yesterday. This Reaper of the Bailey nickname. I suppose he's earned that because every defendant he advocates against is found guilty, is that it? Well, if that's the case, we should inform you, Inspector, that in yesterday's trial against Lord Van Zykes, Mr. Naruhodo secured a verdict of not guilty.
What of it?
Oh, well, I think... that means even against the Reaper of the Bailey, it's not impossible to save the defendant.
No. You really don't have a clue, do you?
See, I've never played Castlevania either. I just thought he looks like a vampire. He looks like Dracula. I don't know what Castlevania Dracula sounds like. I know what, like, Halloween movie Dracula sounds like.
What do you mean?
What happened to that bloke in the end, eh? He's dead. Magnus McGilded became a cropper in that omnibus when it went up in flames. You can't really say you saved the defendant, can you?
What are you saying?
Look, if Van Zykes got the dirt to stick on everyone, he'd be a miracle worker. But that's not how it goes. He doesn't work miracles. He works magic. Black magic. I fear there was a joke there, but I couldn't figure it out. I'm sorry. I'd have a good, long think about that if I were you.
Are we really supposed to believe that?
Right, well, I filled you in as requested, and I'm very nearly out of chips.
No, you're not.
I'll be heading back to the crime scene now. We'll start carrying out a few investigations there.
It was Briar Road, you said, didn't you? Where the incident took place.
That's correct, ma'am. And you head over there, over to the holding cells, you can meet the criminal himself.
You've branded him a criminal already?
He's as good as. Shaking like a leaf in his cell, he is. I'll give you a chuckle if nothing else. He's inmate 53. Speak to the jailer and he'll show you the way.
Inmate 53. Thank you. But there's no helping anyone against the Reaper of the Bailey, they say.
Is something troubling you, Mr. Naruhodo?
Tell the truth. When I recall the trial yesterday, I can't stop myself from shaking.
Oh, Susato-chan!
The idea of facing the Reaper in court again is... Well, if you think it's too much for you, there's no shame in turning the case down. That takes courage, too. But if the man they've arrested is innocent, you could well imagine he would be shaking like a leaf in his cell. And I, for one, wouldn't find the sight of that funny. So, if I'm honest, I'm still reeling from the shock of yesterday's events myself. And I'm really not sure if I'll be able to help this man, whoever he is. But I'd like to try. So I think I'm gonna make some inquiries. Will you help? You're better at talking to people because I am absolute trash at it.
Do you really think you had to ask? After all, I'm your judicial assistant, Susato-chan! 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 Susato-chan.
Thank you. So then, shall we?
Yes! Let's go! I kept the thing from yesterday. I know who our criminal is.
So, these are the British prison cells. Oh, they're ghastly. It feels just like a dungeon. But we're not in that kind of video game.
Yeah, and having experience in Japan myself, I can assure you that our wooden cells feel a lot cozier than these cold stone walls.
Oh, don't, Mr. Naruhodo, you're making it seem worse.
Apparently, our client is in this cell here. But it's so dark at the back there, I can't make him out. Wonder what he's like.
Inmate 53! Your legal representative is here to see you.
Have you heard of what? What are you talking about, Yumiko?
The eye in the back of the cell, straight face at once.
Am I
a cat, as yet with no name? Calling me by a number, it's utterly unbelievable, unjustly unreasonable. I refuse to answer.
Oh. I'm just making a joke. Oh my goodness.
Mr. Naruhodo, what? What do you think is going on here?
I have no idea. But I wasn't just hearing things, was I? That tirade of complaints was in Japanese.
Oh.
Oh, he looks sus though.
Sumimasen.
Shh! Shizaka! They're all hiding. I know they are. They're watching, listening. Even now, I can sense it.
Right. So, could I ask you who's it? There you are! You've come to curse me, haven't you? Don't try to hide it, you're a ghost! A ghost? Is he okay? We mean you no harm, prisoner-san. Are you Japanese, by any chance? This is beyond my wildest dreams! Forgive me for that outburst before, I'm so sorry. Oh, it's fine, we were just a little surprised, that's all. Imagine it! It's been 12 long months since I left my hometown, and here I am, in a frightful fix in a foreign land. So hearing the sweet, sentimental tones of a compatriot's voice here in this damp, dark hellhole was a most monumentally moving moment. Is he okay? Oh, hold on. Sure, stream remote, thanks. Who could have guessed this new client Lord Strongheart assigned to us would turn out to be a fellow Japanese? What compassion my fellow countrymen show. To dispatch a first-class lawyer all the way from Japan to defend a mere foreign student. Noble, nurturing, never-failing Nippon! A first-class lawyer? Oh dear. I think there's been something of a misunderstanding here. I wonder, would you be so kind as to tell us what happened? Why you've been detained as a suspect, for example? Yes, I can, I will. I don't chance to stay sullen and silent. I'm not quite sure I understand what he means, but he seems happy. Yes, he does. I just hope he actually has a good reason to be. Thank you for your cooperation. I am a lawyer, as you said. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. And I am Naruhodo-san's judicial assistant, Susato Mikotoba. I am a visiting student sent here by our government. Notably, notoriously named Natsume! Soseki Natsume. Ah, I see. Wait, what is Soseki Natsume, right? Because the name sounds familiar, but I don't actually know offhand. I can just Google that. Did I read any of this at one point? Maybe? Maybe a long time ago in college. See, I don't know if that's one I read or not. The names definitely come up in Japanese literature class, but I sure as heck don't remember. Soseki Natsume-san? What an unusual name. Call me Soseki, please. I'm a poet, you see, a writer of haiku. It's something of a nom de plume. A nom de plume? You mean an alias? That's right, Naruhodo-san. No, don't be so prosaic. It's much more refined than that. And haiku? That really reminds me of home. Did I hear you say that you were a visiting student, sent over here by the government? Yes, that's right. A year ago, I'm trying. I don't want to force it too hard. But like, I want him to sound Japanese. I'm sorry. I was told to go and study English. First, I had to suffer that misery, and now this
I forget how they do this. It's beyond the pale. Except for that misery? Did you not want to study here? No, I mean, I had an Yeah, I don't know, I'm trying. Because I don't want to force it too hard. Because I have to slow down if I do that. And I have to think really hard about how to do it without sounding terrible. I don't want to do like the supi like the first case, right? But English is a great person for some years. Yes, of course. Of course. Of course. Oh. But. Just because the government tells you to do something does not mean you can do it, no. What do you mean? If they told me to study English literature... Oh, he is? Ah. Okay. I feel like at least when I don't know, at least before it would have been nice to know just to be like, oh, well, he's technically speaking in Japanese, right? That I could have understood. That's my field. But no. They told me to study the English language. Utterly unbelievable, unjustly unreasonable. I see. Only the other day, I was told to send a report about my first year here. Even then, like, I mean... Probably still has some bits, but yeah. I tendered a blank piece of paper. Wise words on whitewashy! You must be a man of great standing. Oh, yes! So I'm often told. And often like to be told, it seems. Could you perhaps tell us exactly why you've been arrested, Soroseki-san? I didn't do it! I didn't commit that atrocious murder! Murder? Oh, no, it's alright. The woman didn't actually die. Did she? But she was stabbed with a knife. Right before my eyes. Before your eyes? You mean you saw the attacker? Didn't see anyone. What? If I'd seen the person who did it, do you think I'd be locked up in here? Oh dear. It seems to be this case is becoming rather complicated. Why me? Why me? Why did that silly woman have to be stabbed in front of me? It's the curse of London. It's incredibly, inexcusably, irritatingly inconvenient. What? The curse of London? So Soroseki-san was there at the scene, but he didn't see the attacker? It's vital that we find out more about the case. What's with his eyeballs, though? Is he okay? It was an accursed evening, just after the snow had started to clear with a heavy fog. Yeah, but... Should get those eyes checked out. I'd been to the bookshop to buy some books, and I was on my way back to my accursed lodgings. Sure, the bookshop wasn't accursed too. As I was walking along the accursed pavement, I could make out a soul silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman wearing a green overcoat, she was. And just as I went to overtake her, she suddenly let out a little scream and collapsed under the cold, hard slabs of stone at my feet. How terrible. I called to the woman, but she didn't move. It was like a ghostly, ghoulish, graveyard. He's not okay. slight exaggeration there, perhaps?
I was so terrified I had to get away from there. Slaver had assassin's my legs would carry me back to my accursed lodgings.
That's not good.
They'll say it was shameful. I didn't know to run away like that.
Tell me, Soseki-san, was the victim an acquaintance of yours?
Don't be ridiculous. Do you think I know any of these fair-headed English? And a young woman at that. I'm diffident, shy, timid, unsure. I can't talk to people.
I see. A young woman, unknown to Soseki-san. And at the time it happened, who else did you see nearby? Did anybody pass you?
Regrettably, apart from myself and the women, I didn't see a soul.
No one? Oh, great. So the victim was unknown to you, and there was nobody else in the street at the time. That creates something of a conundrum, doesn't it?
What conundrum?
But like, if she just fell over... What do you mean, Susato-san? What's the conundrum? Well, if what Soseki-san has just told us is true, there's something I can't explain. He says that he didn't know the victim, and that there was no one else at the scene. And he apparently fled without having been seen.
I did.
But if that's the case, surely this man has to be the culprit?
You... What did you just say?
Nothing. I didn't say anything. How the fuck's everyone reading my mind?
Oops. Perhaps I thought that a little loudly. Actually, that's not what's troubling me. What I was thinking was, how did Soseki-san actually come to be arrested? Sorry? He didn't touch the victim, and there was nobody at the scene to see him. So, how did the police ever discover that he was there in the first place?
Oh, yeah. She's right.
It was him. That accursed great detective. He led the police to me. All the bad luck.
Accursed great detective? Oh, could it be?
I shall never forget that man's name as long as I live. With his haughty laugh and his self-proclaimed greatness. Bright, big-headed busybody, begone! May you be cursed until the end of your days, Herlock Sholmes!
I knew it.
Mr. Sholmes?
Well, I didn't expect to hear that name from this man's lips, that's for sure.
It was the morning
After the nightmare had unfolded on the pavement below me.
I was lying on a sliver of hard cheese when some men suddenly burst through the door. They started shouting at me, "This is the police! Put the weapon down!" Yes, it was a thin sliver. Yes, it was hard. But I wasn't eating a weapon! Disgusting dietary discrimination devils!
You clearly had a trying morning yesterday.
And there he was, in the middle of all the policemen, grinning like a Cheshire cat. At Herlock Sholmes!
It's actually just Herlock Sholmes. He's English.
I've since found out that he's a famous name in detection here in London.
Yes, the great detective is really well known.
And his overly sharp mind managed to deduce my whereabouts, apparently. He thinks I'm the knife-wielding madman. Me, this weak, stooped kitten of a man.
I wonder what great deduction process led him to this conclusion this time.
Oh, excuse me.
Do you mean to say that Mr. Sholmes' deduction was the only reason the police arrested you? And that would be really most unreasonable.
The thing is, I was thrown into a panic when they barged their way in.
Of course you were. That's only natural.
I was too terrified and trembling, and they kept throwing question after question to me in impossible English. Fiendish foreign film flammery!
Well, we are in England. You can't really blame them for questioning you in English.
Good point. But I would have been blank. I knew I had it, but I didn't know what to say. So I just kept repeating things like, yes I do, and I'm fine! Next thing I knew, I was in manacles. Before I knew it, I was thrown in here.
Oh dear. I'm afraid that's hardly surprising.
I'm fine? It's not fine now.
Okay.
Mr. Naruhodo Esquire! Racism. Oh, you can just call me Mr. Naruhodo. And when we're speaking English, a simple Mr. is more than enough. Oh, yes, alright, yes. They've really got to me. This country is poisoning my mind. But please, I beg you, defend me in court tomorrow. You can tell them what really happened. You'll do it, won't you?
Well,
Why? Why is it so hard to say yes to me?
well, the thing is, I'm just a student like yourself, on a study tour.
A student?
I've defended a case in the Old Bailey. Only the one, though. But at this moment in time, I really don't know what I'm supposed to believe in. I'm confused about what justice in this country even means. Oh, Naruhodo-san. I'm not even the foreign student who was supposed to be here. I'm sort of a locum lawyer, I suppose.
But that armpit! That's the mark of a defense lawyer from our great empire!
It's a keepsake from the man who should have been here. As my best friend.
A keepsake? I know exactly what they're saying about me.
Oh? Who do you mean?
The lawyers. All the British defense lawyers. They won't defend me.
Goodness! Why do you say that?
Same reason you noted before. When it happened, there was only the victim and myself around, and I ran away from the scene of the crime. I'm not a fool. I know it looks as though I must be the culprit.
It must be very hard for you, Soseki-san.
Anyway, I'm a student from overseas. I'm just a foreign nobody to them. Someone not to be trusted. I heard them openly laughingly at me before in my earshot with any compunction at all. Any trial for this man would be a waste of time, they said. And of course the foreigner did it. They even had the gall to say, the man doesn't understand half of what's being said anyway.
That's awful.
They're wrong. I've studied more English than half of the policemen out there on the streets. I've traveled halfway around the world to learn about these people's country and its great history. No one here wants to listen to a man with a strange accent. They all hate me. So, at the very least, I'd like to entrust my fate to someone who can listen to me in my native tongue. Aww. You could do it. I look into your eyes. I can see it. I can see what you've been through.
Soseki-san, it's just that... Give me a little time, please. I'll do what I can, for the time being.
What do you mean?
We shall investigate the case as thoroughly as possible. If we can find some clues, it will give us a much better chance, I'm sure.
Yes, thank you! I'll be here, all alone, waiting for you. Locum student, no Mr. Naruhodo Esquire!
We should be going then, Naruhodo-san. We have a case to prepare for. Okay, I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. I'll be right back, chat.
I was just making funny faces while I got situated. And it's like, I hadn't turned on my mic again. Sorry about that. Okay. Let's go. Oh, that bike is fucked. You guys see that bike? That bike is fucked. Oh, and it's like close enough and like has the correct liner. I'm gonna have to interact with it. So this is where it happened. Briar Road. Look, Mr. Naruhodo. Look at that regulation metal helmet. It's unmistakable. The men of Scotland Yard are here. They're investigating as we speak.
That is their job, you know?
But Mr. Naruhodo, to see it with my own eyes. They're often depicted in the adventures of Herlock Sholmes, but I'd never dreamed I'd ever come this close to a real Bobby's helmet.
What? The helmet?
Of course! I had to try one on one day.
Well, I hope your howdy dream comes true. Maybe if you ask them politely. What's the Japanese delegation doing here?
Oh, Inspector Gregson.
This isn't on the tourist trail, as far as I'm fairly sure you're well aware.
Yes, of course. We're here to investigate.
They have been to the hole themselves then. What do you make of the criminal?
He's not a criminal as you put it, Inspector. He's a suspect.
We'll see about that. You Japanese like to stick together, I suppose. What? Hello? Okay. Well, do what you will. It doesn't bother me. Wait. A very obscure law? Uh-huh. I see. Bloke's in court tomorrow, whatever happens, and the verdict's for a foregone conclusion.
The stone-cold air of rejection. Take heart. London at this time of year is full of stone-cold air.
That makes it worse somehow.
Examine. I still don't know why the D-pad doesn't fucking work. Oh, a British bicycle, look! Although the wheel is so misshapen, I'm sure it couldn't be possibly be ridden anymore. Alright, I'm gonna have a couple Smarties while we investigate.
To change woman's dress to allow them. Yep, got it. The bicycle fad won't laugh. That's fucking hilarious. Yunosuke, why have you walked on stilts? Oh. Clown country. Every country is a clown country. Let's be real. Every country is a clown country. Well, that's a pen, not my Smarties. When do we meet Sholmes again? Alright. I'm poking around at everything. Ooh, what's that? What building is that supposed to be? Wait, no, you can tell me. Oh, that's this. I meant this. Final Fantasy, y'all. British Parliament, is it? I don't understand why the D-pad doesn't work. Snowman! Cute! What? The glass what? Susato, that's... You know, Scalar, like, go. Do a crime. Oh my god, Susato! Susato, no! No, 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 no! I don't want to talk to the people quite yet. Oh, horse. Oh, horse is just part of it. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna rest my voice a bit before we get to the, trial. Bro, I'm a lawyer. Okay, what word is this supposed to be? An Aiden? What word is this supposed to be? Oh, what word is it supposed to fucking be? Obviously he means gonna kick my ass, but like, what is that word supposed to be? Aiden? Really? Oh, it's another word for whipping. Okay. Oh, so hi Tia, I hope you're doing well. Okay, let's talk now. Susato. Susato-chan, please. Bum, 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 bum.
And the hat conveniently lets them not model eyes on the characters. A long pole? I see. Pregnant woman? I see. But did he use the word miles? Yeah, he did. Nowadays, that's like a 20-minute train. What? Wait, how long is that? Let's go see. How many minutes that should take? Directions. Tokyo to Yokohama. 7 hours! Jesus! 2 hours on bike though. Men just fucking die and you don't see a problem with that? I mean, probably not keeling over that way, but... Susato! Five in the evening? Well, I guess it would be dark in winter at 5-ish, possibly. Alright? Okay. Sir, don't put your fish and chips in your pocket. But it's gonna make his pocket all like gross. Are these real streets? Briar Road, Meerschaum Street, Calabash Road. It's fine if they're not, I'm just curious. What if someone threw a knife from the window? Did I figure it out already? Maybe. What if they like use a bow and arrow to like shoot a knife? I'm kidding. See, Gregson should put his fish and chips in his stomach. Wait, I thought the only people that were there were the victim and the accused. Where the fuck do these witnesses come from? Huh? more sus. A cop? Isn't this something... What's the word? What's the word I'm looking for? Something of interest. Conflict of interest. Mm-hmm. Oh, come on! This is, like, not good procedure. I mean, I get it, this is the past. But, like, bruh. Hmm? Wait, hold on. Tomorrow's trial first. Order of operations. Why? Yeah, what is Van Zyke's trying to do? This is sus! Yeah, Amugus! It's so sus. Lord of Darkness. Okie dokie. Fiddle faddle? Oh, Gregson's mad. Your fish and chips are gonna fall out of their thingy. Don't do that. Well, I guess that's it. Alright, so where's Sholmes coming? Who? Okay, yes. Susato, Susato-chan, Susato-chan. 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 What a goddamn bean, I love her. Susato-chan cute. Ooh! Animation.
Thank you very much. It's just up there overlooking the street. Good day. Thanks again. This is it. The residence of Mr. Herlock Shores.
Susato-chan! No, not Sherlock. Herlock. Because for some reason in the English version, they were like, we gotta change the name. Was he still under copyright at that time? Isn't he technically not? Yeah. I mean, from the looks of it, like, they wanted to include some joke. With the her, like... So it looks like there was more reason than just changing it. Just because, oh, maybe copyright? Maybe we could get in trouble. Because, yeah, Sherlock's Holmes been in public domain for, I think, a while now, right? A long while. Oh. Oh, okay. There were issues at the time and they didn't want to... Okay. Technically he's in public domain, but... they don't want to deal with it. I see. So it is, but it isn't. Because technically they would have been fine to name it to him. Name it that. But like... they also didn't want to deal with it. Oh, Susato-chan? Oh, she's so happy. Did she even knock on the door? Susato-chan? Are we just sitting in Sholmes' house? Yay! Hello! Is it a big new case for Mr. Sholmes?
Hello.
Wait. Aren't you... Oh, how rude of me! I'll go and make some tea at once. I'm sure it's the same girl.
Miss Sato, do you see the girl who was just here?
Oh yes, isn't it truly extraordinary? To think that the King of Bohemia came to this very room to ask Mr. Sholmes to take on his case.
The King of Bowaria?
King Wilhelm Grosk. Oh, Lord!
I gave up on that in advance.
Sorry, I'm drawing a blank.
Forget the adventures of Herlock Sholmes for a moment and look over there.
Child! The tea's brew, and I have a freshly baked cake as well! It's you!
I knew it. Susato-san recognizes her too.
Look at her cute little thingies here. Look at her little keychains. How adorable.
It's the girl who turned up at the end of Mr. McGilded's trial in the defendant's antechamber.
I've never met a lawyer from the Far East before. Poor you, having to get straight to work when you've only just arrived in London.
Oh, yes, it was, challenging.
Well, try this tea. It's my special blend, you know.
Oh. Thank you.
Is tea supposed to look that color?
Oh my, what a fragrant yet mellow flavor. Hooray, it's a winner! I tried blending different leaves designed to alleviate fatigue, you see. You must be exhausted after your long voyage here, and you have another ticklish trial tomorrow. Oh, and you're to defend a Japanese man. I do wish you lots and lots of luck. Did Mr. Sholmes tell you about us by any chance? Oh, you know Hurley, do you?
Hurley? Mr. Sholmes? Do you, Shirley?
Mr. Sholmes was a fellow passenger on board on the boat that brought us to Great Britain, you see. Was he really? Well, I had no idea. I'm afraid Hurley's out on an errand again today, even though he's just returned from overseas.
I love her.
Wait a minute. We met this girl for the first time ever yesterday after the trial, and only briefly at that. How on earth does she know so much about us?
Did she deduce all those things, do you think?
And perhaps more to the point, why is she here in Mr. Sholmes' suite? Oh! Silly me! I haven't introduced myself, have I? Yet? Ah! It's a great pleasure to meet you both. My name is Iris Wilson. I live here together with Hurley.
I love her!
Iris, is it? What a lovely name.
What?
What's the matter?
No, wait, this can't be. Did you say that your name is Wilson?
What's the matter with Susato-san? Why is she so flustered all of a sudden?
Yes, that's right. And what are your names?
Oh, I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo, a lawyer from Japan.
Sorry. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant, Susato Mikotoba. It's wonderful to meet you. Lovely. Susie and Nuno. Got it.
Ha! I love her!
Susie?
And Nuno?
There's more to this girl than meets the eye. I have so many questions of her. I don't know where to start.
Yes, and so do I. Well, first things first. Ah! He's so cute! Anyway. Add that back where it belongs. Her music's really fun too. Oh my gosh, she's so cute! Iris, what? He does what? And then he buys a new one. He what? Oh, this is definitely her corner. It's too pastel. She's so cute. Black Peter is like gunpowder, isn't it? No, I want to examine the room, Susato-chan. They white what? Chemistry is this explosive slime. Iris! Oh, she's so cute. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Okay, thanks for stopping by, Faye. I'm trying to see if I missed anything here. I think this is good on this side. The Great Analytiscope. Wow. I like his, thingy, his pipe here. In with the test tubes. Like, this is like, some prime-ass, like, hidden item game material. Sure, it's, you know what? Americans would agree with you. It's patriotic to shoot someone's name into a hole. Yes, very patriotic. Susato's right. Oh! Oh, wait, there's an achievement for this? For examining the violin before talking to Iris? Well, I unintentionally got an achievement. Got it. Got it. It was you that we ran into yesterday, wasn't it? At the Old Bailey. Yes, that's right. You were ever so helpful. Thank you so much. Oh no, not at all. I'm so sorry we couldn't have been more welcoming.
Though at the time, we did have a rather large gun pointed at us.
Like this? Think back on it now. You left with Miss Lestrade in tow, didn't you?
Oh, yeah, that Octor witness, Gina Lestrade.
Oh, Ginny? Yes, she's a professional pickpocket.
So you found out.
It was very naughty of her to pinch my invention like that.
Are you referring to that trial-disrupting gun-like contraption?
Exactly. I called her, you see, to get it back. Perhaps I should think about a fitting self-destruct mechanism in my inventions.
This girl is dangerous.
Anyway, I brought Jenny back here after that, so she could apologize to my trusty technician.
Sorry, your technician?
Hurley, of course, silly. Yep.
Hurley?
Yes, Herlock Sholmes. We live here together.
I had no idea the greatest detective had such an interesting young daughter.
Daughter? Not likely.
What?
I wouldn't call him Hurley if he was my father, would I?
Well then, what is your relationship with Mr. Sholmes?
Well, I expect you found out the lodgings of any kind in London are very expensive. So, the solution is to share the cost with a partner, a roommate.
Your roommates?
We're not gonna say, and then there were roommates. She's like 12. $10. Close.
I hope you don't mind me asking, Iris, but how old are you? 10 at last this year.
Well, what of your mother and father?
Oh, no. They're not around.
Oh, I see. I wonder what the story is there.
I got an achievement on accident for examining the violin before talking to Iris.
Oh yes, there's something I must ask you.
Of course. Go ahead, Susie.
I'm a very great fan of the adventures of Herlock Sholmes and...
have a copy of Rance magazine! Yes, I read every issue. It's delivered all the way to Japan on a ship. Oh, this is so exciting! My stories are being read on the other side of the world!
My stories?
That's right. Hurley is always solving such amazing cases, you see, and he tells me all about them. They really are quite fascinating. It would be such a shame if I was the only one who ever heard them, don't you think? Goodness. Last night, he was telling me all about a new case he just solved on a steamship traveling from a faraway land. So, I was just in the middle of typing up the manuscript for the next issue before you came. So you are the author? Yes, I'll let you in on a little secret if you like. I'm going to call this latest adventure The Speckled Band.
The Speckled Band? That's certainly very familiar.
Of course, I always change one or two details in the stories, here and there. This time, I had the idea of making a venomous snake be the cause of all the trouble.
Oh, that was Mr. Sholmes' first thought as well, actually.
Yes. And of course I know that a snake might not be a credible fit for the facts of the case exactly, but... It's a story! Some poetic license is justified to make it more thrilling, I think, don't you?
So do you mean to say... Are the stories about Mr. Sholmes that are published in Rance magazine...
Oh, written by me? Yes, on my wonderful and very modern typewriter.
But all the stories I've ever read are written by a doctor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson.
Chisato-san's getting more and more worked up.
Yes, that's me. I mean, my name really is Wilson.
But what about the doctor of medicine parts?
That's all true, too. I'm a doctor of medicine.
No, at 10 years old?
At 10 years old.
Well, that's quite incredible.
Dr. Wilson is an English gentleman.
Yes. I did alter the setting slightly for the stories to be more compelling.
Oh.
Well, it sounds a little strange, doesn't it? A great detective with a 10-year-old girl in tow. That'd be cuter, though. Like, no, yeah, it's strange, but it's a story.
I suppose it does, yes.
Poor Chisato-san. Looks like your whole world is just falling apart. About before.
Yes? What's in your mind, Nuno? Do tell me.
How did you know? That I was a lawyer and we just arrived in London, I mean.
Yes. Oh, and that we have a difficult trial tomorrow. How did you know all of that?
Oh, that's what you mean.
Please, tell us how you did it. Explain every detail.
Of course, I'd be delighted, although there's really no mystery. Now, let's begin. Iris Wilson is proud to present her logic and reasoning spectacular.
Letter!
She looks so goofy, I love it! First of all, I knew already that you were a lawyer, Bruno. After all, I met you yesterday at the Old Bailey in the defendant's antechamber.
But you also said that we'd only just arrived in London. How did you know that?
I observed a passport and a travel ticket protruding from your breast pocket.
Oh.
So, I was reasonably confident that you must have only just arrived in the country. And on top of that, you accepted a case against that particular prosecutor, telling me you were unaware of London's court affairs.
The Reaper of the Bailey? I walked right into that one, didn't I?
Then I noticed a red ink on the back of Susie's hand. You were given that when you visited the local prison to meet with the suspect, weren't you? Earlier today. those stamps to keep a close eye on comings and goings, you see. I didn't realize. And the red stamp is used only for people visiting foreign inmates. So, that told me even though you had only yesterday concluded the trial of Magnus McGilden, the two of you had already caused to visit a foreign inmate at a local prison. However, neither of you was wearing a particularly sad expression on your face. So I concluded that the prisoner was unlikely to be a friend or a relative. That led me to believe that you must have accepted a new case.
I see. But how could he have known the trial is tomorrow?
Well, having barely been home a few hours yesterday, Hurley sold yet another case. It obviously amused him. He told me that he'd caught a Japanese man who was bawling and trembling.
A Japanese man? Oh, clearly that must have been... Mr. Natsume.
No, Runo has that fancy Japanese sword. And I think your outfit is called a kimono, isn't it, Suzy? Well, anyway, it was clear to me that you both come from Japan yourselves. So I put two and two together and decided you must be defending the Japanese man Hurley caught. And there was only one conclusion to the facts that could lead me to... You both came here to ask Hurley about the case. Ah, she's so cute.
And also, 0 mistakes, unlike Holmes.
There's a note upon the mantelpiece that says the man's trial will be tomorrow. Hurley was always stabbing his neck with a knife, you see. He is silly. And that's all there was to it, really. Thank you for listening. I'm Iris Williamson, and that was one of my great deductions. Well, was it a winner? Were my deductions correct?
They... are spot on.
That was amazing, Iris. Truly a great deduction.
You even managed the certain something of Mr. Sholmes' delivery.
Oh, well, I was just copying Hurley's style for that.
This is really very good news. You could tell us about the case involving the Japanese man. You will, won't you, Iris? Please?
I want to adopt her.
So yesterday, Mr. Sholmes apprehended a Japanese man, you were saying?
Yes. Hurley had just arrived back in London after a sea voyage. But the police were waiting for him at the railway station to take him directly to the crime scene.
Ah, the great detective was a popular man, it seems.
Apparently, a woman was stabbed on a quiet street somewhere in town. There were witnesses who had seen a short, shifty-looking, stooped man running away from the scene.
A short, shifty-looking, stooped man?
Mr. Natsume, beyond any doubt.
So Oseki-san said that he didn't see anybody else in the street at all. But it seems there were witnesses after all.
Hurley used his great detective powers to determine the man's address. It was a lodging room, very nearby. He went directly there with the police, and what did they find? A short, shifty-looking, stooped man, shivering in fear.
Mr. Sholmes' great deduction certainly hit the mark that time.
Of course it did. He's a great detective.
Still, that means the incident occurred only 2 days ago. Really, tomorrow is too soon for the trial, isn't it?
Definitely. We have no time to investigate properly. Hurley says that London is rife with crime.
Oh.
Scotland Yard is doing its best, but they can't stay on top of it, apparently.
Oh dear. I hadn't realized the situation was so dire.
That's why they can't afford to spend too much time investigating cases and trying the criminals in courts. Staff and money are both short. Crimes are usually pinned on the first suspicious person.
That's terrible. That's just about as bad as the Japanese side of things. Where they accused fucking Nunosuke for some reason. I suppose it's the harsh reality of the workings of the world's greatest justice system. I suppose it is. But in that case, I don't hold out much hope for Soloseki-san.
Can we take her home with us?
Thank you for answering so many of our questions, Iris. It's been very informative.
Oh, you're most welcome. I had so much fun. She got all sparkly-eyed.
Do you happen to know where Mr. Sholmes is at the moment? As you guessed, we'd like to ask him some questions about this case as well.
Well... I expect Hurley is still investigating the scene.
Of the case involving Mr. Natsume, you mean?
Yes, Mr. Nuts... Ome? Hurley said he was going to the man's lodgings. If you leave now, you'll probably catch him there.
Iris, do you know where those lodgings are?
Well, I imagine the police are still investigating the scene of the crime themselves, aren't they? Did you happen to come across a detective by the name of Gregson while you were there?
Yes, we know Inspector Gregson.
Ah, goody. In that case... Give Gregsy this for me, will you?
Oh, look at her cute little... Oh, she's bribing a police officer. I love her.
If you do that, I'm sure he'll tell you what you want to know.
What is this?
A 5-shilling piece and a postcard, it seems. Iris! This is bribery! It reads, tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust that won't be a problem. Gosh, this will make the inspector help us, will it?
Well, thank you, Iris. I'll give it a try.
Good luck, then. I'm going to return to writing my manuscript, The Speckled Band. And I'll be making more special blends of tea. So come back again soon. We'd be delighted. Thank you so much, Iris. Ah, she's so cute! Well, Mr. Naruhodo, it's back to the scene of the crime.
So, somewhat dubious that they would exert any influence over the men in Scotland Yard at all. We headed back to the scene with Iris's curious note and one of the world's heaviest silver coins in hand. Is that a TBC? Oh, it's a TBC.
Ugh.
Oh. You guys want to see my screen caps that I took? I show you. Oh wait, no, I don't think I can show you this. Wait. That's pain in butt. Bum 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 bum. Which number is it? Not that one. Not that one. Not that one. Here it is. Here we go. And then I took this one, which I'm really happy about because it has no text box. And then this one. And then this one with their mouth closed so it looks a little better. And this one. I'm very happy about the one with no text box. I need screen caps for thumbnails. That one with Iris without the text box is probably like gonna absolutely be the thing.
Okay.
Only investigation part 2? Oh my god. We're 2 hours in. I'm a little worried about how long this is gonna be. Wait, does it change shadows randomly? No. I was kind of hoping it did. Okay. I don't know how, like... So obviously I still want to end around midnight, but I also want to make sure, like, it ended at a good point. That way, like, I don't have the probability of forgetting too much. You know what I mean? Oh. Damn. Sorry, I was just messaging my sister. I mostly just don't want to forget what happened, you know? That's the big thing. Wait, is there any other options here? No, okay. What is it? Is it actually written on the back? Ugh. Here. I know it's upside down, I gave up. Look at her cute signature with the heart at the end. Iris must be the most powerful 10-year-old. That's crazy. Okay. Oh no, I'm not gonna read this part. From her ladyship? Her ladyship? An appearance fee? Oh. Ah. It's a story. Honestly, it's not a problem. Oh, the building that's falling apart. Okay. Okay. Mr. John Garadeb. Garadeb? Bird ladyship. Long live her ladyship? Ah! What is Iris doing? How powerful is she? Oh my... Why is there an apron that's very purpley pink? Oh! Okay. Oh, she lit up. Cute. Huh? Is she okay? Real life English maid. We only need to meet a butler and then the experience will be complete. What's the maid's name though? Oh, he is like... Whew! It bothers me that I'm not... Why is he shaped like a moon? Why is his hair shaped like it's gonna stab someone? For distinguished participation? Oh, he got a participation award. Oh. Why are you stirring your tea with your pipe, sir? Sir? Doesn't that screw up the tea? Yeah, okay. Stop! Okay, but if it's in the past, then why do you have a fucking can in here, sir? Huh? Huh? Sir? Sir? Sin overkill. Sir? 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 Okay. It's a drying rack. Book. He does not. Oh, he does.
Oh, he also reads Ranced. Why does he have giant bullets on his Hello? What? It's horrible.
Yes. It's very useful at making me cry. In pain. Yes, I go to the pawn shop and I sell something, but I come out with something else. Wait, why is there a candle on the floor? Is that dangerous?
It's not, yeah, but like, it's close enough to the fireplace, I'd be concerned. Oh, sure. Yep, cakes. Can't see them. I love them describing stuff that's off the... 2 cakes? Sure, I can't see them because I didn't move. I didn't move the camera so I couldn't see them. Now I see them. Ooh! What happened over here? Oh dear. The cannon was fired at, yeah. Oh, window, window, I can interact with that. Okay. The tea will freeze on the pot. Okay. Sure. Alright. Oh, he took a shot to the leg. Or the knee. Wait, no, it took an arrow to the knee. Not a shot. Look, I'm just saying.
Quiet life. Yep, you're quiet. Why'd she do that? Why'd she do that?
You think stirring his tea with his pipe is the way that he keeps it warm? Like the pipe, not the tea. Dum, 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 dum. Oh? Hmm. Okay. Oh, he's very recent. 1 week? Okay. 2 lodgers, one on the ground and one just below us. Ah! Why does she keep... There'd been... Wait. Why'd she cut him off? Why'd she cut him off? First floor room became available a week ago. You see, there'd been... and then she... What? Oh, my goodness, I'm terribly sorry, sir. Why'd you cut him off? If you want to know my opinion... I thought he was a shady sort from the moment I set eyes on him. Oh? Why? He seemed to have the most nervous disposition, always shaking and looking over his shoulder. The man had shady written all over his sweat-soaked brow, if you ask me. I said to myself, don't. That man is trouble. Sooner or later, he is going to do something untoward. But I'm rarely wrong about anything. We won't be calling this maid as a witness, that's for sure. What? Why'd she cut him off? Yeah, oh, yes, indeed there was. And she's starting to tell us. Why'd she cut him off? What happened a week ago? Ah! Oh my word, yes, the man was shadier than an orchard. Could you elaborate? Well, to the man's room, heavily stuffed full of books it is. More than anyone could ever read. Huh? Well, he never so much as passes the time of day with another living soul. I haven't seen another single visitor call. So? I'm gonna strangle this maid. He just trots out to that old bookshop every single day and comes back at 5 to light the gas fire. And the funny little man is up long past the time everyone else in the house is going to bed too. Oh, I see. Why are you judging a man for his hobbies? Ma'am, you're the fucking maid. You hang your apron on a cannon. And you're judging a man for keeping to himself and reading books? Ma'am. A gentleman on the ground floor goes to bed around 9 each night. But I've never known that Japanese fellow to retire any earlier than 2 in the morning. clarify something, I wonder. What? Pray. How do you know so much about Mr. Natsume's routine? I'd understood that neither of the lodgers live on this floor of the house. Is that correct?
That's right, yes. They're both below us. On the first floor, street level. And street level.
Alright, first floor is not ground floor. Ground floor and first floor are different for you guys. Right. Then, how is it you know so much about the lives of your lodgers? The precise times that they come back in the evening, for example. Even the times they go to bed.
Ma'am! Good grief, sir! Be more careful, woman!
Oh, my goodness, sir! I'm terribly sorry, sir! Something doesn't add up here. I'm like on the edge of a fucking sneeze. It seems that the incident took place around 5 in the evening. Did you happen to look out the window around that time?
The window.
Yes, we noticed that the window over there looks out over Briar Road. The incident took place on the pavement just on the far side of the street. Was there anyone suspicious loitering nearby? Dinner time. No, sir. It would have been dusk outside already at that hour. And with the fog as well, I should think it would have been quite impossible to see the other side of the road. Anything at all, even if it seems unrelated. Come on. She's cutting off something important. Stop it! Stop. Mr. Naro Hollow.
She's doing her best.
Yes? Yeah, I like how squishy the yeah, I do. But she is an accomplice to something.
She is an accomplice to something.
Oh, really? Mr. Garuda? It sounded like... rather like there might have been.
Come on, come on, come on! No, no, no! Stop!
Begging your pardon, sir. Nothing happened.
Ah, fuck.
Actually, you wanna know what probably happened? This. This candle happened. And this is burned. See it? They started something on fire. They accidentally set their cardboard on fire. Because they knocked over something. Oh shit! And then the cannon would have freaked out, wouldn't it? Maybe? I mean, it's on the opposite side, but my point still stands. Something definitely caught fire. Told nuts his name.
That's a blatant lie.
I want to know exactly what they're hiding. But we're not gonna get to find out right now. Because she put up this curtain and we're not gonna be able to get behind it. She's not gonna let us. Wait, is that a sword? It is. But I think I've examined everything in the room. Cat! 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 Yes! Cat! Get! I don't think I've ever seen so many books in all my life.
No, me neither.
It's so dark in here, too. Get! Cat!
Is that the window over there? Well, it was the window, I think. Once upon a time. For some reason, it's been closed up with bricks and mortar. But this is where Mr. Natsume lives.
By the way, I haven't spotted Mr. Sholmes anywhere, have you?
Oh, that's true. But according to what Mr. Garadeb told us, the great detective should be around here somewhere investigating.
More importantly, cat! Cat, cat, cat. Oh, yeah! Cat, cat, cat. Oh, cat! No! Come back! Oh my, what an adorable little cat! Perhaps he's looking after all the books while his master is away.
It was a tricolor Mikke, wasn't it? Do they even have that sort of cat here in Great Britain?
Perhaps Mr. Natsume brought the little creature with him from Japan.
That's made me feel homesick now.
Already? We've only been in the country for 2 days. Cat! Cat! Come back!
Wait, what'd she find?
A receipt from a secondhand bookshop. Your books.
Oh.
Okay. Can I examine that? No. Canterbury Yarn. Are these real books? Many book. Do you know Skate can't read?
No, he just doesn't like to read.
What's that? Kit! He had to have brought the Maneki Neko. He brought an enormous Daruma in his luggage? Anything else? No, the suitcase doesn't have anything. There's a giant bag. And paper. Paper. Was he writing something? Type. Funosuke, be nice. Okay, and then the not window. Is this something to do with Himiko's window tax thing? Wait. Alright, let's see. Anything else? That's already been interacted with. I like that there's the check mark. That makes me really happy. It means that I'm not. Oh, hello! Hello, Sholmes. How's it going? How's it hanging? How's it hanging? He actually looks really cool in that spot. I'm not even gonna lie. He looks really cool in that spot.
Oh, you two. Good day. Now, let me see. Where was it that we met?
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, we were together on the SS Budia.
Yes, of course, the Budia. Let me see. What happened on that voyage?
It was Kazuma Asogi. He died, tragically. But you were a great help to us.
Yes, but of course, the case of Mr. Asogi. It was the one with the snake, wasn't it?
Oh! Well, you seem to remember something of it, at least. What an honor to be remembered vaguely by the great Herlock Sholmes.
Okay.
This is Mr...
No, my dear madame, hold your tongue. I pride myself on my superior powers of recollection. Your names are safely recorded in my brain attic. Miss Naruhodo and Mr. Susato.
Try the other way around,
Mr. Sholmes. I lose the first round. That would have been good too. Ah, well. In truth, I had hoped to invite you both to my Baker Street suite in the day we arrived in London. But some Scotland Yarder had ambushed me at the Rainwood railway station and whisked me away to a crime scene. Entirely trivial case, of course. I solved the matter in no more than 30 minutes.
So they apprehended Soseki-san in that short of amount of time?
I'm afraid the pursuance of a new case has dulled my recollection of my past involvements a little. A little? It is a mistake to think that one's brain attic has elastic walls and can distend to any extent. I do my best to forget useless facts, lest they should go out the useful ones. Yes, those are my own words of inimitable wisdom, you know, from an adventure entitled A Study in Scarlet.
Please, there's no need to quote yourself. Susato will do it for you.
I don't always remember my pearls of wisdom, but fortunately my associate pens them all beautifully.
It means Iris, I suppose. Mr. Sholmes, we have some extremely important questions to ask you about the trivial case you just mentioned.
Goodness, what an earnest expression. My dear madame, I should only be too pleased. And this murky room is an apt place to discuss this murky case.
Okay. We know this to be the lodgings of a Japanese foreign student by the name of Soseki Natsume. It seems that you assisted in his arrest, Mr. Sholmes, for the stabbing of a young woman outside here. When are we going to find out about the woman, though?
Yes, Natsume. I believe his name...
I believe it was a name rather along those lines.
But Mr. Natsume denies it. Was it really justifiable to arrest him on so little? Don't... You know, I'm totally forgetting the time where, you handcuffed Yunosuke even after he was shown to be innocent. Just because it felt weird to see him otherwise.
I'm sorry, Mr. Sato, but I have not the slightest idea what you mean.
I can't believe he was looking Susato-san squarely in the eye while feigning ignorance.
I assure you, I'm not merely feigning ignorance. It would appear as if the pair of you are under some misapprehension.
Oh? How?
I assure you have no recollection of accusing your stooped compatriot of the crime.
That doesn't make sense.
The good detectives of Scotland Yard made the following request of me, and I quote verbatim. We need you to ascertain the identity and whereabouts of a man seen fleeing the crime scene.
A man seen fleeing.
There were a number of books scattered on the pavement at the scene. From the book plates, I was quickly able to determine the bookshop from which they had been purchased. On speaking with the proprietor, I was immediately led to this address. Elementary, wouldn't you say?
Oh, he said the thing!
I believe there's a receipt around here somewhere from the establishment in question.
So you don't think Mr. Natsume is the culprit then?
That I could not tell you. But it was aggravating my faculties. Hence why I returned here. However, this place is such a trove of fascinating books, I found myself quite lost in bibliophilia. Do not be deceived into believing I'm a man of leisure. No, no, no.
Oh dear. We're gonna talk about how he's highly sauce. Great Britain Primer. That's a real book? Can I go to the library and borrow the Great Britain Primer? Yes? I see. You wrote the foreword? Wow. I see. Wow. You need a maid to be middle class. Yeah, I felt, yeah. Well, the maid is more hiding something. Joms! Don't say shit like that! Joms! Don't say stuff like that. Don't be like,
oh yes, he'll stop someone later.
I don't know what that voice was, but whatever. No window. Well, I mean, I can clearly see there is a window of sorts. But it's been completely blocked with bricks.
I see the answer to that quite is simple.
The thing Himiko talking about every time they come in the chat. How do you feel about the window? Window tax? What is that? Surely not a tax on windows.
Precisely that.
Oh my goodness.
Until relatively recently, a tax was levied on households in this country by the number of their windows. Those of lesser means, having inherited a sizable and costly family home perhaps, rapidly closed windows up. While the rich opened windows here, there, and everywhere, in an effort to curry favor with those in power by furnishing them with large sums of tax money.
How awful and unjust, forcing people to live in rooms devoid of light.
Indeed, disease was rife as a result. Some 40 years ago, or thereabouts, the window tax was abolished. But its legacy remains, as you can see, in squalid lodgings such as these, for example.
I suppose Mr. Natsume's stipend for living here in London isn't very generous, perhaps.
It appears so. I've done a little digging, and discovered that these lodgings were offered at an extraordinarily low price.
Because the room is so awful, I should think.
However, I don't believe the low rent is explained by the shabby nature of the accommodation.
Oh?
Still, that is of little relevance here, a matter not worthy of further attention.
Are you sure? I'm curious now.
Window tax is real.
Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. You remembered that?
You remember that? You remember? You want to be a lawyer, but not his name. Got it. Cool. You remember Natsume's name? Huh?
Trust. Mr. Sholmes. Mr. Natsume didn't do it, did he?
My dear fellow, I haven't the first idea.
Oh, but... I thought that's why you were here. Didn't you come back to investigate?
Yes, that was indeed my initial intention, but now I've been reading a book for the past 6 hours. But there are simply too many fascinating books here. Oh, I was right! I couldn't possibly ignore them. Oh, my ad-lib was right. Okay.
Oh, I see.
Nevertheless, there are 2 facts that I can state quite unequivocally. The man who fled the scene of the crime 2 days ago was the Japanese occupant of this room. And there are witnesses who swear to having seen the same man commit the crime. That is all I can say.
I really liked Holmes's music and Iris's music.
Ah, and one more thing.
Oh, what is it, Miss Sholmes? Tell us.
This is like, oh, it's like, oh, 2 things. And he gives us 3, and we're like,
Sholmes, that's 3.
I cannot say with any certainty whether or not it has relevance to this case, but I'm quite sure that the retired army man who owns this property is hiding something.
Mr. Garadeb is... Mr. Sholmes said as much before, actually, didn't he?
Anyway, at present, that is really all that plays on my mind in relation to the case.
Mr. Naruhodo, as yet our investigations have uncovered nothing that could help establish Mr. Natsume's innocence. No, you're right. Perhaps it's time we probed a little deeper into Garadeb's secret.
Just remember, I cannot be sure whether the landlord's secret will prove to be of relevance or not. But I wish you every success, of course, Mr. Naruhodo.
Peace out, bye!
Oh, he's gone back to his book. Can you blame him? Is he actually still there? Oh, that's cool. I like that. To be or not to be. That is indeed the question, Mr. Naruhodo. To be or not to be brushed off, that is the question. The answer is all too clear. I just want to know what he said. Okay? Important. It's important to interact with everything possible. Whoop. Hold on. Okay, from the sounds of it, we're supposed to go here, right? Are they not here? Are they gone? No, damn it! Hard at work? Yes. In its element down there, yeah, that's right. Jolly good show.
She is up to something. She's suspicious. She does. Maybe not kill her.
Oh, oh!
Holmes!
Holmes! Charles! I thought you were reading.
Mr. Sholmes!
Aha! We meet again, my dear fellows. Good gracious, when did you sneak in here? Election, sir. At your service.
Whatever you were you doing by the window?
I'm given to watching the evening skies to sunsets, madame. Yet sadly, cheerful as the room downstairs undoubtedly is, it lacks an aperture for such observation. So I took the liberty of borrowing a small corner of space by the window up here. Well...
Keeping an eye to one's windows at dusk is the prudent thing to do in London, I'm gathering.
And one other thing, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh, me?
I thought perhaps you might be in need of a certain great detective's great mind.
Wait, he's not talking about... Is he... I didn't expect to be going through that again so soon. Do you mean Mr. Sholmes?
There's a mighty secret in this modest room. My eyes see even the most trivial of trifles. I take it you're prepared, Mr. Naruhodo?
I think so?
There's just time enough for one of my greatly admired great deductions. Let us conclude the matter before dark.
It's time.
Mr. Gardeb, though it would seem you are a military man of considerably distinguished service, your standing as a landlord is most certainly not what one might call first-rate. I'm afraid, sir, that it is all too clear to me. There are two conclusions I've been able to draw by careful observation of your living arrangements. I beg your pardon. The first is that even as we speak, you are concealing the presence of a
What?
And the second is that as a result of the beast's violent rampage, you've lost something very dear to you.
Mr. Naruhodo, look! The old man's broken out in a cold sweat.
Unbelievably, it seems Mr. Sholmes' conclusions are both spot on.
How? How could you possibly?
How could I possibly know? You mean to inquire? The answer couldn't be simpler, sir.
Or, in the dense jungle of logic and reasoning, I am the king of beasts. What? Sholmes! Sholmes! Ah! Ah! He's going beast?
And I know only too well that wild beasts are not easily tamed. So, shall we begin?
Once again, Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. The game is afoot. Nature of the beast.
It certainly shouldn't take a great detective to see that a fearsome beast has been on the rampage of late within these four walls.
I love his animations, though.
Thus we are faced with the question, what form might this beast take?
For a man with military breeding, your eyes are uncommonly candid.
Arr!
Your
Purative? I don't know how to read this word.
Glance, Mr. Gardeb, leads us directly to the answer. The true nature of the beast that has run rampant here is revealed by that lion statue. Yes, though an army man, you appear unimposing at best. And that fact is fueled by your admiration for the mighty lion, the king of beasts.
What is this petal I asked you?
In the end, your admiration became so great, in fact, that you had a living, breathing specimen shipped in from India, which you tried to keep in this very house.
What? Wait, why does he have a slap on him? He has a slap on his cheek that's not facing us.
Yet living with such a wild beast proved more difficult than you had imagined. The chilling traces of a wild rampage are so very much in evidence. Well!
Oh wow, they actually rendered the other half of the room that we don't see in our investigation part.
Yet as we look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to?
Madame?
Me?
I pray you do not consider me unchivalrous, but it is plain to me with one glance in your direction.
It is?
Your dress pocket gives us a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts. For protruding from it is a handbill advertising a circus show.
Ah!
Yes, you sought to dispose of this terrible lion, Mr. Gardeb, at Betty's Circus, a traveling show currently sojourning in a nearby park. I have observed the tents. You sold the savage lion, sir, to the circus troupe.
I most certainly did not.
I believe I've made my point. The fearsome beast which ran amok in this room was an Indian lion. And a simple visit to the circus now will reveal the lion prancing jubilantly through a ring of fire.
Squishy Maid is Squishy Maid is the one that's hiding something, though.
Now, Mr. Gardeb, it is plainly clear that you still have deep feelings for this formidable beast. Indeed, in that blithe pose, the distress of this loss has got you veritably tangible. Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders. The pain you feel is being revealed by that supporting arm. Amid fits of tears, you let your beloved beast go.
The strain of losing something so dear to you is clearly visible in your visage.
Nonsense, man! I simply...
But what, we must now ask ourselves, is the true cause of this pain?
Oh? Where are they looking?
And we need only follow the direction of your gaze to find the answer. Yes, it is the pile of bills that has given rise to the pain you suffer. Every envelope contained another demand for payment. For cartloads of meat, potatoes, wheat, and tea. Indeed, feeding your beloved has had a devastating impact on the financial circumstances of your household. And so you had no choice but to let it go.
Yes, well,
Now, in a final fit of rage, the ferocious beast carried out one last unimaginable attack. Unimaginable? The aftermath of which can clearly be seen by observing the carpet over there. A very expensive woolen carpet, if I'm not to be mistaken. Oh, dearie me. What could have caused such a destructive outburst? This time, madame, I'm afraid it is you who have inadvertently revealed the truth to me. Your wandering eyes settled upon the answer very neatly indeed.
ah!
How? Sir! Sholmes!
What?
Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we need only look at the Tower of Cakes. You're judging me for my lack of finishing the cakes? Mr. Sholmes, how dare you! There's no creature more dangerous on this earth than a beast with an unsatiated appetite. Was it or was it not once said by a certain noblewoman, if they have no bread, let them eat cake?
Huh?
Food is at the heart of all tragedy, in fact. After all, you can feed cake to a lion. Don't worry. It won't kill it or something, I don't know.
I don't know the diet of a snake. Do you think I know the diet of a lion?
Whatever do you mean? Having tired of the taste of cake, the beast began to stalk its next prey. Sure, I need not spell out the nature of this final act of destruction carried out by the beast. There's only one logical conclusion. Worked into a frenzy by hunger, the lion attacked and ate the carpet. The teeth marks in the carpet are a perfect match with those of a lion I once saw in India. Sure.
Do you really think he actually saw a lion once?
That's my face too.
What is the matter with you, drone? You poured scalding hot tea all over me.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Garzep. I'm afraid I didn't notice.
Chomps. Chomp. Chomps. Chomps.
Sorry to butt in again, but could I make an observation?
Why, certainly, Mr. Naruhodo. What is it again?
Well, your deductions just now... Do you really think a lion could have fit inside a room of this size?
Indeed. The only explanation for the facts. The terrifying truth all too often lies beyond the realms of common sense.
But wouldn't it be an idea to consider what lies inside the realms of common sense as well? But if an uncaged lion had run amok in this very room, surely Mr. Gardeb would have it, and his maid would have been hurt. Or worse.
Ah, that's where you are stuck. No doubt the former military man held his own against the beast using that large cannon.
Oh, I thought you said they sold the lion to the circus. And what about the food? Meat and potatoes are one thing. But I don't believe I've ever heard of a lion that drinks tea.
Ah, my dear Mr. Sato. It occurs to me with some regularity that irrespective of race and breeding, whenever anyone lands on Great British soil, they are infused with a highly appropriate taste for afternoon tea.
You know what? You know what? Yeah, probably.
Oh, what a glorious notion! Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's your turn to shine again. I had a feeling that was coming. A slight massage. That's all Mr. Sholmes' deductions needs. You can do it. Excellent. I've been waiting for my trusty partner in deduction to step forward, Mr. Naruhodo. We don't even know yet whether or not this is gonna help with Mr. Natsume's case. Still, uncovering the truth is always worthwhile, whatever the motivation. At least, that's what I want to believe.
Let us start again. From the beginning. Of Herlock Sholmes' logic and reasoning spectacular.
Alright. Alright, we're not gonna reread. We'll read the parts as we correct. Bum 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 Do you think it was the cat? It was probably the cat. The only thing left over here is the mortar shells.
Take that!
Damn it. I had a feeling not. Tom's just being mean. Tom's just being mean to me again. Oh, wait. Huh? Mortar shells, no. Oh! Is that a baby or his wife? Wife. I see. I see. Wait. 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 I see. I see.
Take that!
I see.
The true nature of the beast has run rampant here is revealed by that newlywed bride.
Precisely, Mr. Naruto. No other explanation could possibly fit. Don't worry about the line that I was talking about before. Yes, this framed print pictures your wife, Mr. Gardub. And while we lament the fact that her face is obscured, we can still make out her mighty arms and note the considerable horsepower they must contain. Indeed, surely any woman of such powerful constitution would be honored to be described as a beast. No.
Honored might be stretching a point.
Too late. The fact remains that the beast, which so clearly savaged this room, was your wife, Mr. Gardeb. The chilling traces of a wild rampage are still very much evidence.
Well,
Yet as we look around, the beast in question fails to present. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to, Madame? Me? I pray you do not consider me unchivalrous, but it's plain to me, with one glance in your direction.
it is?
Your dress pocket, yeah, blah blah blah. No. I don't know about fragile. I have a feeling where they want me to look, and I'm gonna... Yep, there it is.
Oh, yes.
Sholmes is not Sholmes, I don't know about carrying.
He's doing his best.
Take that!
Your wedding ring gives us a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts.
Indeed it does. That flower band gleaming on your finger gives it away. For it is identical to the one shown on the hand of Mr. Gardeb's bride in this photographic print.
In other words, you are no ordinary household maid.
No. You are Mr. Gardeb's lucky bride. You are Mrs. Gardeb herself. What? Oh my word!
So wait. We have John Gardeb and Joan Gardeb.
Well, jolly fine detecting, sir. As you rightly surmise, this is the wife. Yes, my Joan. Rather let herself go, you might say, but she was a bally corker. Ah! It would appear that you don't live in the most comfortable of circumstances. After all, you are a retired army man, yet you are in the business of renting out rooms. I would assume, therefore, you have insufficient means to employ a maid. Would that be correct? Not right, I tell you. I was second lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment. A man has his pride, don't you know? By golly, it's a sorry thing when a chap can't even afford to have a single maid in his employ. Yes, here in London, one is rather judged. A household cannot be considered worthy of society if it employs no staff at all. Though in my considered opinion, such concerns about appearances are folly.
You mean Mr. Gardeb has his wife? As his maid? I mean, that's basically what wives did at this day and age, but I mean... giving her a maid dress and everything? It's a bit much, isn't it?
Precisely. Am I right, Mr. Gardeb? Only in company, obviously. But listen here. This must remain a secret. Tick! top secret. Please.
Well, obviously there's no fucking lion. You're gonna marry Sholmes? I don't think he'd marry anybody. He's married to the job, yeah. He's still calling Mr. Cardiff's wife a beast. Yes, as a woman, that feels rather uncomfortable. Slap cheek. Damn. Oops, wrong button.
Take that!
Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders. The pain you feel is revealed by that slap cheek.
And of course, the deliverer. The deliverer of that impressive mark on your cheek that refuses to fade.
Was you, Madame Joan Gardeb?
Oh, look at her! Oh no, squishy maid! Squishy not maid, squishy wife. Well, yes.
You have been desperate to hide that slap mark on your cheek, sir.
Ah!
Oh, the blazes. How to the blazes did you work that out, man?
Nothing escapes the notice of one trained in the art of observation, my dear fellow. I totally wasn't thinking about your arm or the lion statue. Nothing escapes. Nothing. That's why you haven't looked directly at us even once.
Hi, sir, how are you?
To keep your other side from view.
Well,
Now,
let us proceed to the next conundrum.
why were you subjected to such a violent slap? In other words, we must ask ourselves what caused Miss Gardeb to fly into a rage. And we need only follow the direction of your gaze to find the answer. Yes, this is the pile of bills.
Not bills. Probably the book or something. Didn't Mr. Sholmes say that the bills were all for lion fodder? Oh. That's not a bookmark.
I see. I see.
What is this over here, though? Hi, art. Yeah, okay. Well, what does this say on it, though?
Who eats the lion's share? Yep. Yep. It's this.
Take that!
Oh. Oh, this man is so fucked. Like.
Yes, it is this love note that has given rise to the pain you suffer.
Oh, James, I love you. Yours, Mary. Passionate indeed. Oh, she is pissed! Perhaps the sender of this note, a certain Miss Mary, is the fly in the ointment here. Oh, she slapped him again? But I don't know the barley woman.
You don't know her.
I know it wasn't written to me. It was just in the book. I don't know how it got there.
Well, his name isn't James. His name is John. Right?
It was just in there, you say.
That's right, that's what I've been saying.
A likely story.
Now listen, you're growing old. I explained at the time about the book at the second-hand place, and that note must have already been there.
The previous owner of the book was using the note as a bookmark, you mean?
That's right. That's what I said.
Likely story.
For heaven's sake, woman, look at the name. It's written in James. My name, in case you've forgotten, is John.
A likely story.
Are you questioning my name now?
She's pissed.
And there we have it. Arouse the suspicions of the female heart, and you unleash a beast with the most ferocious bite.
She's so pissed.
Now, in a final fit of rage, the ferocious beast carried out one last unimaginable attack.
Unimaginable?
She's the face of pudding, but like the strength of a lion, like literally. The aftermath, blah blah blah.
Oh, dearie me.
It's Sholmes. Sholmes! Sholmes!
Eat the carp! Ah! No.
Oh wait, I see what it is. I see if I can't point to the candle, where I point. Oh, it's pointing to the carpet and not the candle. Oh, wait, no. Oh, scorch marks. Can I interact with... I want to interact with the candle. Please, can I interact with the candle? Please, 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 candle, candle, candle's right there. I can't target the candle.
Take that!
Okay, that counted. Okay, the candlestick is enough. Okay, cool.
Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we need only look at the candlestick.
Most illuminating, my dear fellow, and of course, the only possible way out of this logical labyrinth.
Yes, the remnants of a ferocious attack, in which the carpet was devoured, are clearly visible.
Indeed, they are. The scorch marks at the edge clearly give the truth away. Scorch marks? It would appear that this room was the scene of a little marital altercation. Mrs. Garadeb's mighty arm muscles left an impression not only on her husband's face, but on the entire room. The force of her strike caused a candle to fall from the holder. And in seconds, the carpet was alight, and the whole corner of the room in flames. I keep forgetting to read the name labels.
Yes.
The most ferocious beast in this world is neither a violent lion nor a vengeful woman, but fire.
And in this room, that ferocious beast bared its claws and ran amok. Bared? Whatever, close enough. Both are probably fine.
Eloquently put, my dear fellow.
So you see, there is but one conclusion here. After the sparks of marital discord flew, this room was the scene of a fire.
Oh.
He's standing up.
Mr. Solomon, sir. I salute you!
Wait, sir, your eyes?
Huh? Is he okay? Is he okay?
The pose, yeah.
It's these dashed long winter nights, you know. Nothing to do but read in front of the fire. Luckily, there's a jolly good second-hand bookshop just around the corner. But all my old novels, buy all my old novels there.
And in the pages of one particular novel, you discovered some rather illicit material, for which your wife admonished you harshly, it seems.
I don't know about admonished. Demolished might be a rather closer to the mark. And beast, most certainly an apt description.
Here we go again. And the carpet? Was that destroyed by a fire when the candle fell on the floor?
Afraid to say it was. Happened in the blink of an eye, you know. The whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a bally thing. I was caught between the old stick's rage and the raging flames.
You paint a torrid picture, sir. One that would have been most entertaining. That's sympathy for you.
Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The bally furniture started going up as well. We had to hide the mess behind the screen for the time being.
Are you gonna pull it back now?
Over here, Mr. Garadeb. Well, you should have nothing more to hide now, if you'll allow me.
Oof. Got all my favorite old novels in that case. But as soon as the fire got a hold of them, how was it? Whoosh! Up in smoke.
Gosh.
Then the wife started hurling things at me.
What a terrible sight it must have been.
There was I, back up against the window under heavy enemy fire, incendiary books coming 10 to the dozen. Stupid is, I lost my favorite. Book called The Lion's Pride.
The Lion's Pride? Ah, yes. Your notorious love of big cats coming through again.
I assure you the title didn't influence my choice in the slightest.
So the poem really did lose something dear to him as a result of the ferocious beast's rampage. Mr. Sholmes' deductions turned out to be correct once again. It can only be described as a great British wonder.
I tell you, it was total carnage. Flames everywhere, and the old stick in the full fettle. This old stick in full fettle.
Out of interest, what time of day was that?
I'm sorry I can remember. It was 2 days ago now. Let's see, around 5 o'clock, I think.
So at exactly the same time, as a terrifying incident was unfolding outside your window on the street below.
Even more terrifying on the inside, I can assure you. The whole of Blighty could have been flying outside my window at that moment. I wouldn't have noticed a dashed thing.
Oh, really?
Oh. Oh. Yes? Dot dot dot?
Mr. Sholmes?
Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. What can I do for you?
Well, I think we've got to the bottom of Mr. Cardeb's situation now. But what does it have to do with Mr. Natsume's circumstances?
I can't help you there, I'm afraid. What?
My dear fellow, if you recall, I did say as much from the outset. I warned you that although I knew the retired army man to be hiding something,
I could not be sure whether his secret would prove to be of relevance or not.
I
just knew you were gonna say that. Those relevant to the case and those not. Fair. Fair, yeah.
Well, no matter. It is of far greater importance that you make up your mind now.
Sorry?
Visiting hours at the prison will soon be over.
Oh no. Is it that time already?
If we're to accept Mr. Natsume's case, we have official paperwork to attend to.
So that's it. No more time to think.
Perhaps you'd like to betake yourselves to bidding us farewell now. I must prepare supper for Mr. Guard.
Oh, yes, I'm so sorry. Don't set another fire or something.
Thank you both very much for your time.
Soseki-san will be waiting for us. And I'm going to have to give him an answer.
And make sure I Seibu. Seibu. I can examine this. Hold on, important. Oh my god. Okay. Move. To prison. Okay. Wait, you're going to the prison. Not railroad. Huh? What? Huh? What's going on? Oh!
I know thee not, old man. Fall to thy prayers.
Who are you calling on me, rumbling nimity pimmity?
There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy.
Who's this Horatio, fella? What are you all about?
Excuse me.
What the? Where are you now?
I'm so sorry. It just looked as though there might be some problem here. And my associate here, Mr. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, is a lawyer, you see.
A lawyer? What?
If I can be of any assistance, I'd be happy to help. I'm from Japan, but I have studied English law.
Fine, I'll be on my way for today. Will you mark my words? This ain't over yet.
Why is he, like, half-dabbing?
Get thee to a nunnery.
Do I look like a bloomin' nun to you?
What is happening? Oh, what? I do hope you're not injured.
Oh, there fair Eastern maiden. Thou art so gentle. Thank you.
What was all that about?
There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy.
I'm not Horatio either.
Forgive the inquiry, sir, but are you a lodger here in the GAA1 residence?
Oh, fair Eastern maiden, thou art so right. Yes, I do dwell in this humble abode.
Do you happen to know the other lodger who lives on the first floor?
Oh, yes, a gentleman named Natsume. Oh, more worthy a polemis in my battle of words ne'er could be.
Sorry? Battle, did you say?
Who is the stronger, Hamlet or Macbeth? Mr. Natsume and I sparred long into the night.
I see. I don't fully understand, but it seems Mr. Natsume and this gentleman are acquaintances at least.
So, fair maiden, so, good gentlemen, I can tarry here no longer. Fare thee well!
I see, they became kind of friends because they both liked literature.
I didn't really understand him, but I think he's returned to his room. It seems he's unaware of what happened to Mr. Natsume, so he can't really help us.
With Soseki-san and that man as lodgers, the GAA1 house is certainly full of eccentrics.
Anyway, I'll go and find a carriage. Yes, I'm sure Mr. Natsume is eagerly awaiting our return.
Oh!
It's you! Here you came, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire! I can't believe you came back. I'm so touched!
We are so sorry to have kept you waiting, Mr. Natsume.
Oh, no, nothing of it. Relax. If I were a cat, I would purr with pleasure at the company of such fine compatriots. Noble, nurturing, never failing, Nipponese!
Now let's not get carried away.
Oh, who? Who? It is through friendship transcending international borders that one truly appreciates this fact. Such is my belief, at least. It's you! The miserable, rotten spy, Herlock Sholmes!
Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing here?
I have no intention of doing anything per se. Save observing, of course.
Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes?
Well, having encountered some curious reading material in that gloomful room, and having unmasked the secret identity of that eccentric pair, I decided I should drop in on my way home to see how our divested friend is faring. Gloomful room! At least your accommodation here offers a window, my dear fellow. In that sense, it is a superior option. Anyway, I must commend you on your taste in books. My days have been a delight and cost me not a penny. Ah, you! How dare you, Herlock Sholmes! I've had it. I'm at the end of my rope. I should never have come to Great Britain. It was a terrible mistake. Haunted by spirits in those accursed lodgings. No doubt my luck will be cursed in tomorrow's trial as well. My whole life is bedamned!
What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? He mentioned that once before, didn't he? That his lodgings were cursed, I mean.
And there is much truth in Mr. Mustache's words.
What?
Curse is a wholly appropriate description, I would say, for the man's lodgings, and indeed for tomorrow's trial.
What's that supposed to mean?
Are we gonna have ghosts? We're gonna have ghosts? There were ghosts in Ace Attorney.
Mr. Natsume, what did you mean by what you just said when you said what just right? By what you said just now? About the trial tomorrow being cursed. No, why are you looking so good? You're making me nervous. I was just getting carried away. That's all. I didn't mean anything by it. Oh, I see. That's really agitated him. You don't mean it. The trial really is cursed somehow. Are you referring to the prosecutor? The Reaper of the Bailey? Oh no, what do you mean? Please, tell me. Summarize it succinctly in 16 salient words. No defendant has ever survived a trial in which the Reaper stands for the prosecution. Ever. Wait, is that 16? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16! Yunosuke can count! Oh my goodness, can it really be true? That was 16 words exact. Yesterday, Mr. Naruhodo successfully defended someone against the Reaper. Then, after the trial was over, the defendant passed away in unusual circumstances. Mr. McGill did. What? I'm impressed, Mr. Soto. You have an eye for detail. Actually, the Lord Chief Justice told us. Mr. Sholmes. Surely it can't be having failed to have the accused convicted, Lord Van Zykes killed the man himself. Oh no, he couldn't have, surely. You have some wonderful notions. Sorry? You're gonna make Natsume sound like die of cardiac arrest or something. The man isn't a mass murderer. He's a court prosecutor, my dear fellow. Oh, yes. Why, of course he is. Of course he is. Then why are you trying to scare me? It could be said, however, that the real truth about the man is even more terrifying than your hypothesis. What on earth do you mean by that? He might be a Dracula, yo. Wait, let's get to the lodgings first. When you said accursed lodgings before, you were referring to your room at Mr. Garadeb's house, I assume? Do you mean to say that you believe the place is cursed? It's been a year now since I came to Great Britain, but I'd only been in London a week before I started to notice strange feelings in myself. That didn't take long then. Everywhere I looked, there were foreign faces staring at me, laughing behind my back. I was sure people were talking about me. I started to become nervous about going outside. They were always staring at me, all the time from dawn till dusk. I shut myself away in my room, but even that didn't help. The fear wouldn't go away. You must have been very lonely, having been away from your homeland for such a long time. I've had to move a number of times, most recently to the room on Briar Road, a week ago now. Yeah, why did you choose there? It seems a little inconvenient. No. Not during this. I'm already doing enough voices. Thank you for... You get your points back, no. No. I hope you're doing well, Lily. The rent is cheap. I have so little money, it appealed to me straight away. Of course, I asked why it was so affordable. The landlord just simpered and said, "The room is cursed." Whoops! He quickly tried to cover his mistake, but it was too late, so I told him. If you have something to say, then say it, but if not, don't mention it in the first place! Yes, well said. It was true. It was all true. You mean the room really is cursed then? Ever since I moved to that windowsill, my sleep has been plagued with nightmares. I awake feeling as though I've been being choked to death. His cat's been on his stomach. I
my waking hours, people are stabbed in front of me as I walk down the street. I'm branded a killer-throated person. Nobody wants to know me. I am surrounded by scary, sinister spirits. The cat was sleeping on him. If only there was someone, just one person on my side. And no one find it in his or her heart to believe me. Really no one at all. Aww. Believe. To believe.
Reaper first.
We're jumping back. Van Zyx was quite an exceptional man. However, in London courts of law, exceptional does not equate to winning every case without exception.
Oh, that's good! Soseki-san looks like he's gonna cry tears of joy.
As you are no doubt aware, in British criminal trial, there's both a judge and a jury. The judge officiates based on the letter of the law, whilst the jury offers public opinion and common sense. It is an excellent system whereby the defendant's guilt is considered from several points of view. However, public opinion in particular is somewhat easily manipulated.
Right.
Criminals and corrupt lawyers, for that matter, can use it to their advantage.
What about corrupt prosecutors? Huh? Huh?
By any means at their disposal, retrieving evidence, calling impostors as witnesses, and so on.
Yeah, what about the prosecutors?
By such underhanded means, those who would want are able to sway the jury. Which means that even in the light of irrefutable evidence, the prosecution can fail.
What about in the case of irrefutable evidence that they're innocent, the defense can fail? Huh? But it means the wrong verdict can be passed.
And sadly, yes, from time to time, my dear madame, it is simply the reality of the situation.
And that's alright?
However, those indicted by Lord Van Zyx cannot escape justice. Their fate is sealed.
My.
Though the adjudication may see them leave the courtroom with their freedom, within months, they all disappear. It is most striking. Disappear? But how? By all manner of misfortune, sir. Perhaps they are trampled under a passing carriage. Perhaps they fall into the Thames and drop down. Perhaps they are suddenly overcome by a raging fever, or perhaps attacked by a highwayman. Oh, no. All examples of the reality of events here in London, I'm afraid, Mr. Naruhodo. I knew it. I'm a dead dodo done for doomed!
This sounds more like a corrupt prosecutor.
Mr. Sholmes. Me, Mr. Naruhodo? Quick, what can I do for you?
It's about the case on SS Budia, if you recall.
The Budia.
Oh, that case. Oh, it's Cynic. Well, yeah, there was one, I guess. At that time, I was a suspect, but you believed in me and listened to my side of the story. And you helped us to investigate.
I did I? Interesting.
What I want to know is, why? Why did you believe me?
I see, yes. You mean, because you were a grimly dressed, shady and stern fellow, found with the victim in a locked room.
Well, if you like, yes?
I'm a little surprised that the answer requires an explanation, my dear fellow. Quite simple, really. You said, I didn't do it.
But I could have been lying. Surely you must have had your doubts. You must have suspected me a little.
Sholmes is too head empty, no thoughts to do that, though. I think perhaps you have misunderstood. I neither recall believing in you, nor in that which you were telling me.
What?
You see, the only things I believe in are those I choose to believe in.
What? What do you mean, Mr. Sholmes?
I make up my own mind about what is to be believed and what is not. If I should like to believe in something, I do. The circumstances can hang as far as I'm concerned.
But I could have betrayed your trust.
In that case, I should have made an elementary error of judgment. Nothing more. Betrayal of trust is an overused excuse, in my opinion.
Meaning...
Whether or not one should trust another is, in the final analysis, down to oneself. It is a matter of whether or not one can trust oneself.
Yes, he's right! He's right, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire! Whether or not I can believe myself.
The defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client.
And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. You're so right, Kazuma.
I don't think we're gonna have time for the case today. For the trial? We're already almost at 4 hours.
Well, my dear fellows, it is time we were leaving, I believe.
Already?
Visiting hours are over. The guard will be here shortly to escort us out. There's a restaurant near here that serves excellent trout. Would you care to join me?
Oh dear. There's never enough time, is there?
Mr. Natsume. If you'd like, in the trial tomorrow, I'd be happy to represent you.
Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire.
As I said, I only experienced a British courtroom for the first time yesterday. And although the man I was representing was found not guilty, I lost sight of something crucial.
Something crucial?
What to believe in. The defendant, justice, or the truth. How to believe, even. But I think I finally worked it out. I decide I must believe in myself above all else. To trust my instincts. And hopefully not slam the table in a wet slap kind of way. With a solid bonk. Oh, sorry. I didn't actually mean it to hit that hard. Oops.
Yes, Mr. Naruhodo.
And my instincts are telling me that you, Mr. Natsume, are innocent of this crime. And it's imperative that we prove that in court.
Welcome, student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire.
I will fight for your innocence until the bitter end with every weapon available to me, including this katana at my side. But hopefully not, because I don't want to be accused. I don't want to perform murder in front of everyone, you know? Just saying. So, I hope you'll permit me to represent you tomorrow.
As I said when we first met, I'd like to trust my fate to someone who will listen to me in my native tongue.
Of course, Mr. Natsume.
It would be fair to say, Mr. Naruhodo, that your mind was in many ways made up from the outset. You merely needed the events of today to fully realize it.
Yes, I think you're right about that. It's been a roundabout journey, but I got there in the end.
Got it. Yep, that was very important to think about.
Mr. Sato,
Yes?
would you be willing to stand by my side tomorrow and help me in court?
Absolutely. As I said this morning, you may consider me your personal judicial assistant. Yay!
The shocking events of yesterday's trial still weigh heavily on my mind. But it's time to stop looking backwards. Kazuma believed in me, and Mr. Sholmes believes in me now too, when he remembers my goddamn name anyway. So, it's time.
Time that I learned to believe in myself. Soroseki-san has no one. He's all alone. So it's my job to help him. To fight his corner. Mara. In the courtroom. With all the strength I can muster. And by tomorrow I actually mean this coming Saturday. Because I don't play this game until Saturday. Yeah. To be continued.
Yeah, knowing these trials, I don't want to do the full trial today.
No, 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 no. Stop. Stop. Alright, you know what, that's fine.
Right, because if I do the trial now, that's probably going to be like another 4 or 5. That might be another 4 or 5 hours. And I'm not about a 10-hour stream life. Not when I started at 6 o'clock. You know, so yeah, we're gonna I want to do an art stream tomorrow, but we're not gonna continue this tomorrow. I know I did that last week. But yeah, it's a little early, but I have been talking a lot, right? So that's okay. I'm gonna let my voice rest. Finding it, no, I'll just be playing Hollow here. Oh yeah. Do you guys remember Kaido Soft's like phone games? I was watching Kyla play the convenience store one. She played for 12 hours straight that she pretty much had to end so that YouTube would save her boss. What? It was 11 hours and 44 minutes. Anyway, do you guys remember Kaido Soft? Here, we're gonna go over to So, if you guys remember Kaido Soft, like, they did, like, game dev story and stuff. So, she was playing a convenience store one, right? And, what is it? I went on Steam. If you guys want, like, nostalgia, check out game dev story right now, because if I remember correctly, so, I don't know if it was, like, specific to me, they have a little bundle that's, like, you get, like, 4 games for the price of like less than 1 from Kaido Soft. Yeah. So I got Game Dev Story, Jumbo Airport Story, Basketball Club Story, and Mega Mall Story for like $6. And each of the games by themselves is $8. It's like $9. I was like, hot damn, hell yeah. That'll scratch the itch. They had a lot of really fun things, but I didn't want to like buy. I put a bunch of other ones like on my list, but apparently there's gonna be a cafe one next month. So they're still making more. I mean, they're all like the same type of game, you know, like. What's the word? Management sims, right? That's not really a problem in my opinion. But yeah. Yeah, they have a Dungeon Village. But yeah, they have a Zoo Parks one coming out early October. Dreamtown Island with a no date. And Cafe Master Story on the 16th of October. Cafe looks really good. The Konbini one that Kyla was playing looked really good. A lot of these other ones, like the older ones, like Game Dev Story, like, they definitely, like, you know, show their age. And the ones that were in the package were older. Yeah, there's a ramen one too. The ones that I added to my wish list were Pocket Academy 3, the, what is it? Cafe Master. Convenience stories, because that one looked really fun. Tropical resort story sound like that one looked like it had cute thing kind of going on in it. And then Hot Springs Story 2, which is like the updated one. And then there's the Idol one, March to a Million. That one I added as well. And Pocket Arcade Story. Oh yeah, and the anime and manga ones, the anime studio and the manga studio ones. But yeah, like yeah. They looked like the newer ones obviously look like they're probably crazier and more in depth of sorts. I don't know. They're still like releasing games like now. I doubt I'm gonna get Cafe Master like right on the list, right on the release date, but I think it's wild that they have a package, like a bundle of everything, and it's like $300. It's like $300 for every Kaido Soft game. And that's with a 33% off. Nah, because it was so cheap, because it was like $6, $7 for 3 of them. I was like, you know what? Heck it. It gives me Game Dev Store, because a while ago I bought Game Dev Tycoon, which was what I thought I was looking for. Because I was thinking of Kaido Softs, right? And Game Dev Tycoon is probably better in terms of more recent. Not that either of them are bad, but I was thinking of Game Dev Story, but I got Game Dev Tycoon. So when I remembered the, you know, it was Game Dev Story, right? I was like, ugh, man, I kind of want it again, you know? I mean, absolutely. I mean, I played it, right? See, I think that's actually kind of clever, like, you know? I'll secure, thank you. Oh, why is that going through the... Oh, okay, whatever. Wah! We're actually gonna be wrapping up soon, because I've been... We got to the end of the investigation, and I don't really want to start the trial, because that'll take, like, 5 hours. So, yeah. But yeah, so I picked up those. I picked up the, what was it, 4 of them? 4 of them. Also, oh yeah, pizza game. You guys remember Good Pizza, Great Pizza that I played like once on stream? They're getting chapter 5. Ooh. Maybe I should actually go back to it. Twice. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Gina's a good person. You wanna know why? She has a card on Steam. She has a card and it's updated outfit. So she's in the second game. Anyway, I got really good 4 cards from the default like sets. The default trading card like packs that I would get. I got Naruhodo, Susato, Kazuma, and Gina. The only other one that I would have really wanted is Iris. I mean, I would like to have all of them personally, just because I think that'd be fun. But anyway, Iris, then there's Shomes, Iris, Van Zykes, and I think their name is Wagahai or whatever. I assume they're in the second game. But yeah, Gina is good. She is on a Steam trading card with a second outfit. She must be good. It must be good. I'm still waiting for Toho Misty's Izakaya to... So the DLC 4 came out, right? DLC 4 came out. I already purchased it. But it's not in English yet. It's not in English yet. No, I will not. I actually like collecting them. I want to actually like finish one of these Steam trading card collections.
I know you guys just see it as like free money, but like I actually would want to collect all of them eventually, like all of them for games that I like. But I never get lucky enough. I just want to have them because I like them on the sidebar. I like the concept of having. I know it's like really boring. Really boring. I just like collecting things. My 6 trading cards from Story of Seasons are actually really good too. The Girl Rancher, Cecilia, Molly, and Rock. I didn't get what's her face? The girl that I had that I wanted to marry, Lumina. I didn't get her though. Stardew I have. Well, the card's kind of meh. The characters that they chose for Stardew's. I need to get back to playing Slime Rancher 2 at some point too. Muse Dash's Miku thing is coming soon. I don't know if I'll actually play it on stream or not. We'll see. Yeah, I know we're ending really early for today. But yeah, I don't necessarily want to play like something else right now. I mean, technically I did stay up really late, I guess, last night. The PLL ended at like 3:30, 4 almost. When did I post about? Hold on, let me go see. Let's go see. 3:32 a.m. was the last thing I shared, and I woke up early and then I went back to sleep. I didn't get out of bed fully until 11, so sort of. The PLL was good. Did you guys see the new glam? Which one was the one I was after? Oh yeah, here it is. Copy link. Browser. Look how cute. It's almost certainly from Island Sanctuary. I am assuming the hood is separate, and I will probably be using some of the parts for sure. It's super cute. Where is it? I also will probably be playing a bit of PvP because look at this sick ass crystal trophies thingy rewards that you can purchase. This is so cool. Techwear, cool shit. What else was there? Oh yeah! Hi y'all! Another important thing. Look at the furnishing. These are from the recent, what's it called? Furnishing contest. You wanna know what that means? I get to really start squinting at all of the furnishing previews. Whenever they hold these pictures up, I have to squint and try to see if I can find mine. It's not in this one though. And then also, this is cute. Let me shrink the box here. Yeah, a Pixie brand. They're gonna be in the story apparently. Also, thought you would probably like this. Yes. We are indeed getting Mr. Poo-Poo's spaceship as a mount. How is it? Oh yeah.
then chicken. Run, Alpha, run! Japan is having a KFC collab where you can get eat chicken emote. And it's a whole fucking bucket. Yeah, no, like they'd already they'd already like, what's the word, like previewed it, sort of. They had hinted at it, but the full reveal of the collab was at TGS yesterday. They get a special combo meal, and that gets them a sticker and emote, and that's it. That's it. Anyway, that's all I got. Interestingly, NA is getting a cloud data center trial run with the next patch to test the viability and like stress test it or whatever. I don't know what that means entirely, and if it means that we're gonna have to be technically candidates on cloud, I don't know. But yeah, they're trying to preemptively work on the situation that is expansion release high traffic, right? Things like where Endwalker was pretty much impossible to log into, right? Like Heavensward was pretty bad from what I heard. Stormblood, I was experienced, and it was very bad. Shadowbringers was pretty bad. It was better than Stormblood. Endwalker and Shadowbringers were, like, compared to Stormblood, like, fine. Like, it was bad, but, like, it was better than Stormblood. They've gotten better over the years, essentially, is what I'm trying to say. That's what I'm saying. They're not good, but they are getting better. And so, yeah, they're preemptively already trying to figure out what should we do. How can we make it so that way people don't have too much problem with Dawn Trail drops. Anyway. Oh, eye. Rubbing my eye, sorry. Alrighty. We're gonna go say hi to Calzone. I am gonna go... Endwalker is even, like, not even that bad when you compare to 14's previous X-Packs. Stormblood! Did I ever tell you guys about how I was trying to leave Balmung when Stormblood came out? Because I was trying to move from Balmung to Zalera then, because that was the first that was when they had first introduced congested and preferred worlds. And if you moved off a congested world to a preferred world, you could get a free transfer. It was an attempt to kind of spread the player base out, right? We had chosen to go to Zalera. The thing is to move to another move your character, you have to leave your FC. But to leave your FC, you have to demolish your room if you have one, right? And of course I had one, right? I like decorating. But because during Stormblood, instances were so congested, people couldn't even get into their house. People could not enter their house. So we couldn't enter the house so that I could then enter my room so that I could then take all the stuff and demolish it. I'm not even kidding. I had to log in during a time I was at work, right? I had to take my laptop to work. I had to log in. I had to use the trick, which I think has been made not possible anymore. The trick where you're talking to your retainer that will make it so that you don't get booted in 30 minutes, because that was still active. I had to stand there talking to the retainer while I taught a lesson. Then I had to go back and I had to go in when it was like super off peak. Because remember, I worked during the off peak hours for NA, right? So I had to like go in during off peak to like get into the house, take all of my stuff, and then finally leave the FC. It was an endeavor, and it was not easy. Not easy. Yeah, because otherwise it would just tell you that the servers were too congested and you couldn't go into your own house. God, it was bad. Yeah, so we haven't had an instance server issue to that extent since. Like, you can keep doing your story. You couldn't become a red mage proper because you needed to do an instance. You couldn't do like your job quests because you needed to do an instance in half of them. You couldn't continue the story past Raoban because he is an instance that was solo. Yep. It was bad. Alright, well, we're gonna go raid Calzone. I am going to go and rest my voice. And I will be back tomorrow to play, to draw. I have some ideas of what we're gonna do tomorrow, but I haven't fully decided. Either way, I'll see you guys tomorrow.